Participants, please do not forget to register your attendance at the registration counter. There will be a lucky draw at the end of the day, so kalau belum register, tidaklah boleh menang kan? So you still have time. You can also go outside and register yourself after this. There will also be a grand lucky draw tomorrow. And how to enter? Visit all the booths and scan the QR code at the booths. You will automatically be eligible to enter the grand lucky draw only if you have visited and scanned all the QR codes and key in the keywords provided by the exhibitors outside the hall. Okay? And last but not least, please ensure that your handphone is on silent mode throughout the day. If you must take a call, please answer the call outside this hall. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the first plenary session with technologist Dr. Salahuddin bin Shamsuddin. He is the Chief Technology Officer and Chief Information Security Officer in Cybersecurity Malaysia. He has been working as a cybersecurity professional for more than 20 years. He joined Cybersecurity Malaysia in 2002 and has been working in a wide variety of cybersecurity areas. With his knowledge, experience, and skills in various cybersecurity domains, he is now entrusted to be Cybersecurity Malaysia's Chief Technology Officer and Chief Information Security Officer. Today, he will be speaking about AI in cybersecurity, harnessing the power and navigating the risks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome technologist Dr. Salahuddin bin Shamsuddin.
Thank you, May. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berusaha Puan dan Niwati Dewi Abbas, Pengarah Jabatan Perkhidmatan Komputer Negeri JPKN, para pemimpin digital kerajaan negeri, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian. Izinkan saya bercakap dalam bahasa Inggeris. Ya. Puan Niwati Dewi Abbas, Director of Sabah State Computer Services Department, JPKN, digital leaders of the Sabah State Government, ladies and gentlemen. So, before we dive into this topic, let's take a look at the state of our digital landscape. The digital state of our world is characterized by the widespread adoption of digital technologies and the increasing interconnectivity of people, devices, and systems. Digital transformation has driven the world to the integration of digital technologies into all aspects of society, including businesses, governments, and individuals. It involves leveraging technologies such to improve processes, enhance efficiency, and drive innovation. Organizations are embracing digital transformation to streamline operations, improve customer experience and gain competitive edge. Government are digitizing public services, Okay. And it involves individuals are increasingly reliant on digital platforms for communications, entertainment, shopping, and accessing information. The move towards an interconnected world brings numerous benefits. It enables more efficient and seamless operations, facilitates data-driven decision-making, enhances communication and collaboration, and offers new opportunities for innovation and economic growth. It has the potential to transform industries, improve healthcare outcomes, and drive sustainable development. However, this interconnectedness also poses challenges and risks. It increases the attack surface for cyber threats, raising concerns about data privacy, security breaches, and potential disruptions to critical infrastructures. Ensuring robust security measures, privacy protection, and regulatory frameworks is crucial to address these challenges and build trust in the interconnected digital ecosystem. Digital transformation is also reshaping how businesses, governments, and individuals operate, while the increasing interconnectivity is enabling seamless communications and data exchange. Embracing these opportunities and addressing the challenges of this digital interconnected world is essential for harnessing its full potential and ensuring a secure and prosperous future. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this digital age, everyone and almost everything is interconnected in cyberspace, are exposed to cyber threats. Yeah? Our concern are on those who are cyber illiterate, the naive, yeah? They will be the low-hanging fruits for threat actors to prey on their victims. The convergence of various advanced technologies is introducing new complexities and challenges to the cybersecurity landscape. This convergence includes AI, machine learning, quantum computing, metaverse, RPA, IoE, blockchain, Industry 4.0, AR, MR, VR, 5G and 6G and 7G in the future, and the seamless integration of OT and IT, physical security and cybersecurity as well. The convergence of these technologies adds complexities to cyberspace by expanding the threat landscape, yeah, creating new attack vectors and demanding innovative security solutions. So I'm in the opinion, yeah, all of us, as organizations and cybersecurity professionals must adapt to these evolving challenges to ensure the protection of digital assets, data, and privacy in this ever-changing technological landscape. The Internet of Everything is a complex system that brings together data, processes, people, and things in a more integrated manner. It creates new opportunities and challenges that evolve business growth. It has some opportunities and challenges, like for the opportunities like transformative changes, intelligent decision making, and as well as value generation. Yeah, for risks and challenges like data security, device heterogeneity and compatibility issues, intelligent analysis, and privacy issues as well. And these complexities evolve as the IoE grows and expands into new domains. Addressing these challenges requires a stronger understanding of how the IoE will affect the quality and performance of the systems. Further discussions are needed to secure the data and its authenticity so that productive and useful results can be accessed in real time. We have seen how the world has embraced the industry revolution from 1.0 to 4.0, which represents the stages of digital transformation and technological advancement in manufacturing and industrial processes. And in Malaysia, we have three main initiatives that with regard to digital transformation. Yeah, they are the Janela, My Digital, and Industry Forward. These three initiatives are working together to drive digital transformation in Malaysia. Like Janela is enabling businesses to adopt new digital technologies such as cloud computing, big data, and artificial intelligence. My Digital is supporting the development of new digital products and services such as e-commerce and fintech, while Industry Forward is helping Malaysian businesses to improve their productivity and efficiency through the adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies. Overall, Janela, Digital, and Industry Forward are playing a key role in driving digital transformation in Malaysia. And these initiatives are helping to create a more digital economy in society, and they are helping Malaysian businesses to compete in the global marketplace. In line with the phase 3 of My Digital, yeah, from 2026 to 2030, which will position Malaysia as a regional leader in digital content and cybersecurity. Okay, this is the World Economic Forum's Global Risk Reports 2023, which identified widespread cybercrime and cyber insecurity as the 8th most severe global risk in the short term, that is over the next 2 years, and the 8th most severe global risk in the long term, is over the next 10 years. Yeah? This report states that the increasing interconnectedness of our world and the growing reliance on digital technologies has made us more vulnerable to cybercrime and cyber insecurity. Cyber attacks can have a significant impact on individuals, businesses, and governments, causing financial losses, damage to reputation, and disruption to critical infrastructures. The report also notes that the threat of cybercrime is becoming increasingly sophisticated and that criminals are becoming more adept at exploiting vulnerabilities in our digital systems. As a result, it is becoming more difficult to prevent and mitigate cyber attacks. To address the growing threat of cybercrime and cyber insecurity, the WEF report calls for increased investment in cybersecurity, improved cooperation between governments and businesses, and greater awareness of the risks posed by cybercrime. Digital transformation is not without its risks. As recent incidents have demonstrated, you can see how the cyber attacks may have physical consequences as well. Yeah? For instance, the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack by a hacking group known as DarkSide disrupted fuel supply across the US East Coast, which lasted about 8 days, highlighting the vulnerability of critical infrastructure. In Ukraine, the cyber attack on the power station, where the attacker gained unauthorized access to the utilities, computer systems, and deployed malware, specifically a type known as black energy, to disrupt operations had caused a massive blackout, revealing the potential for nation-state threats. And more recently, Chinese threat actors targeted India's power grid, signaling the global reach of cyber threats. And these incidents underscore the critical need for robust cybersecurity measures in an increasingly interconnected world. As organizations and nations embrace digital transformation, they must also invest in cybersecurity to mitigate the risks and protect essential services. Now, the trend is that cyber threats are becoming more active and evolving. The more we're connected to the cyberspace, the more we are at risk to cyber threats. The evolution of new and emerging technologies has increased cyber attacks exponentially, and the actors have become more bold, sophisticated, and organized. They have come up with new, effective, and advanced methods, including the usage of AI-based tools to prey on the victims for their notorious gain. Cyber attacks by activists or cybercriminals will be able to disrupt an organization's business operations and services as well. In addition, the attack surface and targets have constantly evolved as well, from servers to desktops to the critical sectors and to the population as a whole. This is I would like to share with you incident reports from Cybersecurity Malaysia. This is what we've been receiving by myself for the past 5 years or so. You can see that on average we receive about 1,000 incidents per month. And out of that, the top four for cyber incidents in Malaysia always fraud, malicious code, intrusion, and content related. But you can see that there's a bit of downward trend from 2021 to 2023. Actually, that's because of one of the incident type has been transferred to MCMC in 2021. That is cyber harassment, because it's in line with the CMA and with the opening of National Scam Response Center, NSRC, which was formed in October 22. There's a slight decrease in the reported incidents to Cybersecurity Malaysia. But those incidents are reported directly to the NSRC, National Scam Response Center. The global cost of cybercrime in 2015 was estimated to be around 3 trillion. This figure includes damages and destruction of data, stolen money, lost productivity, theft of intellectual property, theft of personal and financial data, embezzlement, fraud, post-attack disruption to the normal course of businesses, forensic investigation, restoration and deletion of hacked data in the system, and also reputational harm. When compared to the estimated annual global value of drug trafficking between 426 billion and 652 billion, the cost of cybercrime was over 4.5 times higher. And when compared to the estimated amount of money laundered globally each year, the cost of cybercrime was over 1.6 times higher. These comparisons highlights the severity of cybercrime in financial terms and underscore the urgent need for robust cybersecurity measures and regulations to combat these growing threats. And these are some of the costs and impact of cyber attacks in terms of brand, regulatory, financial, and operations. Given these potential costs and impacts, it's crucial for organizations to take cybersecurity seriously, and by being proactive about cybersecurity, organizations can mitigate the risk of cyber attacks and reduce the potential costs and impact if an attack does occur. Yeah? Let's take a look a bit of AI definition. Yeah? Artificial intelligence, or AI, is a field of computer science that involves the creation of machines that work and react like humans. And these machines are designed to learn from experience, adjust to new inputs, and perform tasks that normally require human intelligence, such as speech recognition, learning, planning, and problem solving. And AI is used in a wide range of applications, from voice assistants on your phone to autonomous vehicles and more. It's like teaching computer to think and learn on its own. Yeah? It's been founded for more than half a decade ago, about 7 years ago. The field of AI research was founded in a workshop held on the campus of Dartmouth College in the USA during the summer of 1956. And those who attended have become the leaders of AI research for decades. And many of them predicted that a machine as intelligent as a human being would exist in no more than a generation. And they were given billions of dollars to make this vision come true. But however, it became obvious that commercial developers and researchers had grossly underestimated the difficulty of the project in 1974. Yeah? In response to criticism and growing pressure from Congress, the US and British governments stopped funding undirected research into artificial intelligence. But investment interest in AI boomed back in the first decade of the 21st century, when machine learning was successfully applied to many problems in academia and industry due to new methods, the applications of powerful computer hardware, and the collection of immense data sets. Okay? And let's take a look a bit on the AI landscape, yeah? The Government AI Readiness Index, yeah? It's a measure of how prepared a country, national government is for implementing AI in public service delivery. The index is unique and provides an overall estimate for each country. The index comprises 9 input metrics, which include in-country digital skills, government innovations, and existing data capabilities. And these metrics help to assess the readiness of a government to implement AI in the delivery of public services to their citizens. The Government AI Readiness Index is published by various organizations, including Oxford Insights and the OECD. And it is important to note that the readiness of a government to implement AI can have significant implications for the efficiency and effectiveness of public services. And the Government AI Readiness Index is based on 3 pillars. These are the government itself, technology sector, and the data infrastructure. And if you look at the ranking, Malaysia stands at number 29, yeah, in the world. And in ASEAN, we are at number 2, behind Singapore, who is ranked second in the world. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot more to do to catch up with Singapore. Yeah? Okay, these rankings indicate that Malaysia has made substantial progress in areas such as digital skills, government innovation, and data capabilities, and is a testament to the country's strategic planning and execution in the realm of AI. Yeah. Now let's take a look at the world and some of the opinions. Yeah. The perceptions of AI vary widely across countries. Some countries are more optimistic about the potential benefits of AI, while others are more concerned about the potential risks. A 2023 survey by the World Economic Forum found that 72% of respondents believe that AI will have a positive impact on the global economy. However, the survey also found that 63% of respondents are concerned that AI will lead to job losses, and 59% are concerned that AI will be used to create social inequality. And the survey suggests that there is a general optimism about the potential benefits of AI, but there is also a significant amount of concern about the potential risks. We can look at some of the perceptions by countries, like China will have different perception. Like China's citizens are generally optimistic about the potential benefits of AI, but they are also concerned about the potential for AI to be used in control society in China. Yeah. But in Europe, European countries are generally cautious about the adoption of AI. There is concern that AI could lead to job losses and social inequality. European governments are working to develop regulations to ensure that AI is used in a responsible way. For Japan, Japan is a major player in the AI field, and the Japanese government is investing heavily in AI research and development. Japanese citizens are generally optimistic about the potential benefits of AI, but they are also concerned about the potential for the AI to be used to automate jobs and create social inequality. These are just a few examples, okay? However, in the Southeast Asian countries and nations tend to believe that AI has more benefits than drawbacks, especially as it is expected to profoundly change their daily life. And in comparison to developed markets, there is this region, our region in ASEAN, we have more trust in AI. Okay, in Malaysia, the National Artificial Intelligence and Blockchain Committee, as well as the AI roadmap, is under the purview of MOSTI, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. And in the Malaysian Standards Department, the JSM, has also established a National Bureau Committee to come up with national AI standards. This is our 7 focuses in AI principles, fairness, reliability, security and control, privacy and security, inclusiveness, transparency, and also accountability and the pursuit of human benefits and happiness. Okay, artificial intelligence can be seen as a double-edged sword, with the potential to be used for both beneficial and harmful purposes. On one hand, AI can be a powerful tool for good, driving innovation and efficiency in fields such as healthcare, education, and environmental conservation. It can assist doctors in diagnosing diseases, help educators, personalize learning experiences, and aid scientists in predicting climate change patterns. On the other hand, AI can also be used maliciously. Deepfakes, for instance, use AI to create convincing fake videos that can spread disinformation and propaganda. Autonomous weapons powered by AI could also be used in warfare, raising ethical concerns. And furthermore, AI systems can inadvertently perpetuate bias if they are trained on biased data. Thus, while AI holds immense promise, it is crucial to establish ethical guidelines and regulations to prevent its misuse. These are some of the advantages and disadvantages of AI. On the left, you can see that that's the advantages: improve efficiency, reduce human risk, assist in decision-making, automatic repetition tasks, and also medical progression. On the right-hand side is the disadvantages. You can look at the no or lack of creativity, need of high quality of data, and bias. AI system can inadvertently perpetuate bias if they are trained on biased data. For example, if an AI system is trained on hiring data that favors a certain demographic group, it may unfairly disadvantage to other groups when making hiring decisions, and others like high cost of investment and privacy issues as well. Okay. And this is some of the example, use of AI in enforcement agencies, like real-time analysis and combination of data, automated warrant issuance and threat assessment, and also beyond the initial response, you can do immediate response and forensic analysis, also criminal classification and compliance checks. I think after this session, more speakers will talk more about this. Okay, so there are some of the AI ethical issues, about unemployment, inequality and injustice, bias and stereotypes as well, privacy and personal information, safety and singularity and robot rights. Maybe I just look at 2 of it, like singularity, The singularity is a hypothetical scenario where AGI, artificial general intelligence, surpasses human intelligence, potentially leading to rapid and unpredictable changes. This raises questions about control and accountability when machine has acquired. And then we talk about robot rights. As AI systems become more sophisticated, there is a debate about whether they should have rights or legal personhood. This raises complex questions about consciousness, responsibility, and the nature of rights. And these are some of the complex issues that require careful thought and ongoing discussions. I think some of it we can discuss in the panel discussion this afternoon, yeah? Okay, these are the types of AI threats and attacks. You can see that on the left-hand side, like adversarial attacks, data poisoning, model invasion, model inversion, membership inference, and also stealing and copying models. These are the threats and attacks peculiar to the AI models itself. And on the right-hand side, these are the AI-enhanced, AI-generated, AI-powered of the existing, the conventional attacks that you see daily, yeah, like social engineering, malware, phishing, deepfakes, fake content, DDoS attacks, and also zero-day attacks. Yeah. This is some of the example of how AI can do to attack, yeah, the threats, yeah. Okay, the threat actors can use AI for deepfake in several nefarious ways, like impersonation, you can see that, yeah, disinformation, bypassing biometric systems, phishing attacks, and also identity theft, yeah. And this is a very famous fake videos of Morgan Freeman, yeah. It goes viral, sparkling concerns about the usage of AI technology for nefarious purposes. There was a lot of discussion on Twitter, the viral video of Morgan Freeman, yeah, telling us to question reality, yeah. If you ever wondered whether someone could make a digital replica of you, so real that even you will be confused when the video was recorded, okay? Some people might think about that, yeah. The AI can become so real that you don't know whether it's real or not, okay? Okay, deepfakes has been used to create artificial images and video for a while now, but they often have an uncanny feeling that allows viewers to determine that they are not real. While viewers can normally tell when they are looking at an AI-enhanced image or video, this video is one of the examples of realistic and terrifying deepfakes. Yeah, it's a very famous Morgan Freeman videos. Yeah. Okay, this is another one. Another example. This deepfake detection challenge in 2019 was created using deep learning technique called the Generative Adversarial Network, the GAN. Yeah? The winning solution achieved a score of 65.18% on a normalized curve area at the receiving operating characteristic curve, the ROC AUC. Yeah? Okay, let's look how this application, like malicious GPT, like GPT, is an example how AI can be used for harmful purposes. Okay, the worm GPT and fraud GPT were the latest examples of bad actors leveraging the accelerated work being done in the generative AI field with applications like ChatGPT to create malicious tools that become available on the dark web. The creator of Worm GPT and possibly of Fraud GPT is busy at work creating the next versions that will have advanced features like internet access, integration with Google Lens, the image recognition technology. Yeah? The rise of these malicious chatbots, dark bots, underscores the effort by threat actors to evolve the AI capabilities of their tools to launch business email compromise, the BEC, yeah? And other attacks. AI-powered malware, which poses significant threat to cybersecurity, and here are some of the dangers associated with it, like breach of security systems, impersonation of users, and they're going to have AI-enabled attacks, and it can mimic normal system communications, and also increase accessibility of AI tools. Yeah. This is a case study of Black Mamba. Okay, a Black Mamba is a key logging attack, which leverages AI to evade modern endpoint detection and response to the EDR system. This Black Mamba is a malware known to target financial institutions in various European countries, including Germany and the Czech Republic. And the malware can remain hidden from detection systems and infiltrate targeted systems via phishing campaigns or software vulnerabilities. Once installed, the malware can steal sensitive information such as password and user credentials, ultimately leading to financial theft. Yeah? These are the stages of the attack employed by Black Mamba during organization like delivery, defense evasion, infiltration, which they use AI to assist them in doing that. Yeah? Let's take a look at data poisoning. Yeah? An important thing to note with data poisoning is that the threat actor needs to have access to the data training program. So you may be dealing with an insider attack, or business rival, or a nation-state attack. If threat actors access the training data, they can then manipulate that information to teach AI and ML anything they want. They can make them see good software code as malicious code, and vice versa. Attackers can reconstruct human behavior data to launch such an attack or to determine who to target with ransomware. Yeah? The second way threat actors could take advantage of the training data is to generate a backdoor. Yeah? This is AI phishing, how AI can be used in phishing attack. Yeah? Okay, the 2023 Zscaler Threat Labs phishing report reveals that phishing attacks are still on the rise, detailing a 47.2% increase in phishing attacks in 2022 compared to the previous year, a result of cybercriminals using increasingly sophisticated techniques to launch large-scale attacks. Yeah? For example, this year's report identifies the rise in phishing kits sourced from black markets and chatbots AI tools like ChatGPT, which allow attackers to quickly develop more targeted phishing campaigns that manipulate users into sharing their security credentials. With the increased prevalence of AI and platform as a service offerings, cybercriminals can easily compromise institutions and access sensitive data for extortion. Okay, this is the APTs, and we can see now threat actors can use AI in APT attacks at all the 7 steps of the cyber kill chain, yeah? From reconnaissance, weaponization, delivery, exploitation, installation, command and control, and also action on objectives, yeah? This is a case study on malicious acts served inside Bing's AI chatbot, yeah? In February this year, Microsoft discloses a new AI-assisted search engine, Bing Chat, yeah, which is powered by OpenAI's GPT-4. A significant event that generated immense interest and a potential future competition to dominant search engines, and online ads have an inherent risk attached to them. Considering the tech giants makes revenue from advertising, so Microsoft introduced ads into Bing Chat after its release. You can see that inside there, inside the Bing Chat, yeah, there's a ads which is malicious ads, yeah. This is the mechanics of monetizing in Bing Chat. Okay, so despite Bing's AI capabilities, it's still susceptible to strategically placed ads that can expose users to cyber attacks. Yeah, this is how it is deception being carried out. The MO, yeah, the users interact with the discussed ads. User will be directed to a cloaking site which filters real users from security tools, and authentic users led to a counterfeit site, and users prompted to download a malicious installers, and installer contains harmful scripts that open execution, communicate with an external IP. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. Yeah, both cybersecurity and cyber resilience cannot be solely entrusted to a single entity or stakeholder. They require collaboration and shared responsibility across various parties, yeah, like individuals, organizations, governments, and technology providers as well. There's also collaboration among all stakeholders, including this, I mentioned before. It's essential for sharing threat intelligence, best practices, and coordinating efforts to address cyber threats collectively. Cyber resilience are shared responsibilities that require active participation from all parties. Yeah? By working together and prioritizing security measures, we can enhance our collective ability to protect against and recover from cyber threats in an increasingly interconnected digital landscape. These are some of the defensive strategies to protect our AI models. Yeah, like always update and patch security vulnerabilities, perform robustness testing of AI models against various threats and cyber attacks, ensuring that models, okay, and I got um, 1 more minute, okay. There are some things that, some strategies, I just go quickly. And this is how to protect network systems from AI-based cyber attacks and threats. Firstly, artificial intelligence in cybersecurity, that we need to fight AI with AI. If the threat actors using AI, you as a defender, you should use AI as well to mitigate the AI attacks, yeah. There are things like automation, lookalike detection, proactive measures, awareness and training, social engineering and training as well, yeah. These are some of the cybersecurity tools, yeah, can be used to mitigate the AI attacks like cybersecurity GPT, okay, and dark as well, right? And let me just share with you some initiatives by Cybersecurity Malaysia. Firstly, is about our Cyber Casa. Cyber Casa includes various initiatives and programs in line with the government's aspirations, yeah, supporting various strategic policies, namely the shared prosperity vision 2030, the Malaysian plan, Malaysian economic blueprint, Malaysian cybersecurity strategy, and also the industry forward, national industrial revolution policy. Yeah, this is our framework. We call it. It is cyber kasa comes from the root word kasa. Okay, there is pemerkasaan in the Malay word, which means empower. Yeah, under this framework, we have about 12 products and 28 services mapped into 3 components of people, process, and technology. Okay, and we believe that people are both the crown jewel and the weakest link in addressing cyber threats. Yeah. Okay, their creativity, expertise, and critical thinking are valuable assets, but their vulnerability to social engineering and lack of awareness must be addressed through education, training, and fostering a culture of security. So that's why we come up with this comprehensive cybersecurity capacity building framework. Yeah, this consists of CyberSafe, CyberGuru, and Global ACE. Yeah. Okay, this is some of our cybersecurity ecosystem where we interact with our stakeholders to address the cyber threats. And we believe that partnership and collaboration is very important in addressing the threats. And we also believe that not just domestic, we need to have collaboration with the international parties as well. Where in this, you can see that how we collaborate with ITU, CISCAP, ARIF, or CERT first in the episode as well. Yeah. Moving towards forward, yeah, we need to have proactive approaches with detective, predictive, responsive, and preventive approaches. Yeah, and by adopting these approaches, organizations can become more cyber resilient, capable of surviving attacks, maintaining operations, embracing new technologies in the face of evolving threats. This means establishing policies and processes that strike a balance between protecting critical assets, detecting compromises, and responding to incidents. And it's important to note that cybersecurity is not just a technical issue, but one of strategy, culture, and cooperation. Therefore, senior leaders must get serious about tackling these issues. Yeah? Okay, as a conclusion and way forward, you can see that AI technology will undoubtedly revolutionize the way we conduct our lives. It has already seeped into our daily lives unconsciously, especially through smart devices like our smartphones. And the existence of this technology will continue to evolve over time, adapting to the demands of its increasingly complex use. And therefore, it's important to ensure that the use of AI is done responsibly and ethically under human supervision so that it does not become a serious threat to all of us. With that, I thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, technologist Dr. Salahuddin. We're opening, we have time, so we can open for questions from members of the audience. Ada yang mau tanya soalan? Angkat tangan. Ataupun you can write down your questions, and then in the later session, we have the fireside chat. Fireside chat nanti sebelah petang, so kamu save lah soalan kamu. Okay? All right, we will take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, to make way for the official launching ceremony, which will be officiated by Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Haji Muhammad Arifin bin Datuk Haji Muhammad Arif, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Sabah. So please don't leave the location. You may take a short break, you may go to the toilet, but make sure you come back for the official launching ceremony. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the official launching ceremony very soon. So please come back inside the hall and take your seats. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita akan mulakan majlis perasmian sebentar lagi. So sila masuk ke dalam dewan dan dipersilakan untuk mengambil tempat duduk masing-masing. Terima kasih. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, mengumumkan ketibaan tetamu kehormat yang berhormat Datuk Dr. Haji Muhammad Arifin bin Datuk Haji Muhammad Arif, Menteri Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi Sabah. Yang berhormat Menteri dan para hadirin, semua diminta untuk berdiri bagi menghormati lagu kebangsaan negaraku dan lagu Sabah Tanah Airku. Dipersilakan untuk berdiri. kasih Yang Berhormat Menteri dan para hadirin semua dipersilakan duduk. Para hadirin yang dihormati, kita teruskan acara dengan menghayati lagu Sabah Maju Jaya dan lagu Integriti.
Bersatu padu serta merdeka, negeriku yang aman harmoni, transformasi dikecapi dinikmati, satu aspirasi, satu destinasi, visi dan misi milik kita semua. Mari bangkitlah, kita bersatu menjadi teguh negeri Sabah, bumi yang tercinta, tanah tumpah darahku. Ayo kita jadikan negeri kita terus terbilang maju jaya dalam Malaysia dan di seluruh dunia. Sabah maju jaya, perangi rasuah musuh utama, maruah tergadai bangsa dihina. Mari kita banteras bersama, bangkit membina bangsa bijaksana. Kejujuran, ketulusan, keikhlasan, budaya integriti jadi pegangan bersama. Amanah dan saksama jadi amalan, nilai etika membentuk kepimpinan. Lestari integriti, jadikan
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita akan mulakan program kita pada pagi ini dengan tarian Sambut Tamu. Dipersilakan. Demikianlah tadi tarian Sambut Tamu daripada kumpulan Center Stage Production. Para hadirin, bagi meneruskan majlis pada hari ini, majlis ingin menjemput Ustaz Herwan alias Muhammad Ikram bin Mursyid untuk memimpin dalam bacaan doa. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yaumiddin. Allahumma ya munzilal barakah. Ya Allah, kami menzahirkan rasa kesyukuran kepadamu ya Allah kerana telah mengizinkan kami menyusun pertemuan sempena sidang kemuncak keselamatan cyber Bimp-Eaga 2023 pada pagi yang mulia ini. Allahumma antal kabirul muta'al. Sesungguhnya kami berhimpun di sini bagi menyatakan kesungguhan, komitmen dan iltizam kami bagi memastikan keselamatan dan kesejahteraan ruang cyber negara sentiasa terpelihara. Kurniakanlah kepada kami ketajaman akal fikiran, idea-idea yang bernas, pandangan-pandangan yang jelas dan keputusan-keputusan yang waras agar dapat kami melaksanakan tugas kami melindungi keselamatan cyber, khususnya sektor awam dengan sebaik mungkin. Padukanlah usaha dan tenaga kami untuk memertabatkan perkhidmatan awam secara bersama demi mencapai kecemerlangan dan kegemilangan. Allahumma ya badi'as samawati wal ard. Ya Allah, kami memohon taufik dan hidayah-Mu dalam setiap perkara. Restuilah perancangan dan pembangunan yang disusun dan diatur oleh kami dalam usaha memajukan negara kami. Bimbinglah para pemimpin kami yang memikul amanah dan tanggungjawab dalam pentadbiran negara, khususnya negeri Sabah dengan sinaran petunjuk-Mu yang berterusan. Pimpinlah kami sekalian ke jalan yang lurus dan benar yang membawa kepada ketenteraman dan kesejahteraan. Hindarkanlah kami sekalian dari segala malapetaka, sifat-sifat keji, hasad dengki, boros dan semua sifat negatif. Allahumma ya hayyu ya qayyum, ya zal jalali wal ikram. Ya Allah, kurniakanlah kepada kami kekayaan ilmu pengetahuan. Hiasilah diri kami dengan sifat lemah lembut. Muliakanlah kami dengan ketakwaan dan indahkanlah diri kami dengan nikmat kesejahteraan dan keselamatan, kesihatan dan kesempurnaan, agar dapat kami berusaha menuju ke arah kemajuan dan kecemerlangan, selaras dengan hala tuju Malaysia Madani dan Sabah Maju Jaya. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana haza jam'an marhuma, wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma, wa la taj'al fina wala ma'ana syaqiyah, wala matrudan wala mahruma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar wa adkhilnal jannata ma'al abrar ya azizu ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Manallahu minkum.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Ustaz Hirwan. A very good morning, Kopi Bosian, dan selamat pagi diucapkan kepada tetamu kehormat yang berhormat Datuk Dr. Haji Muhammad Arifin bin Datuk Haji Muhammad Arif, Menteri Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi Sabah. Yang berusaha Puan Erniwati Dewi Abbas, Pengarah Jabatan Perkhidmatan Komputer Negeri Sabah. Yang berusaha Encik Martin Sun, Ketua Pengurus Operasi Sabah Net Sendirian Berhad dan penganjur bersama Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023. Yang berusaha Teknologis Ebenezer Godomon, Jabatan Perkhidmatan Komputer Negeri Sabah dan penganjur bersama Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023. Yang berusaha Puan Joyce Twining, Pengurus Kanan Hal Ehwal Awam Sabah Net Sendirian Berhad, Ketua-Ketua Jabatan, Pegawai-Pegawai dan Wakil-Wakil daripada Kerajaan Persekutuan dan Negeri, rakan-rakan daripada media, datuk-datuk, datin-datin, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian. Salam Malaysia Madani, salam Sabah Maju Jaya dan selamat datang. Welcome to the Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023. Saya May Salita selaku pengacara majlis pada hari ini. Bagi pihak penganjur, majlis ingin merakamkan penghargaan kepada Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Haji Muhammad Arifin, Menteri Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi Sabah, kerana sudi meluangkan masa bersama-sama kita pada hari ini bagi majlis perasmian Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023 adalah acara tahunan berprestij yang mengumpulkan golongan yang berpengetahuan tinggi terhadap keselamatan cyber, inovator teknologi, pegawai-pegawai kerajaan dan juga perintis industri. Objektif utama sidang ini adalah untuk merangka arah masa depan digital yang lebih selamat dan berdaya saing melalui kerjasama, perkongsian pengetahuan dan perkongsian strategik dalam kalangan peserta dan juga speaker. Para hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, bagi meneruskan majlis, dengan penuh takzimnya majlis menjemput Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Haji Muhammad Arifin bin Datuk Haji Muhammad Arif, Menteri Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi Sabah untuk menyampaikan ucapan perasmian dan seterusnya melancarkan Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023. Dipersilakan Yang Berhormat Datuk.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, selamat pagi. Salam Sabah Maju Jaya, salam Malaysia Madani. Terima kasih kepada pengacara majlis yang berusaha, Puan Ernawati Dewi Abbas, pengarah Pengarah Jabatan Perkhidmatan Komputer Negeri Sabah merangkap Ketua Pegawai Keselamatan ICT Negeri Sabah selaku penasihat Jawatan Kuasa Penganjur Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023. Yang berusaha Saudara Martin Son daripada Sabahnet, Encik Ebenezer Godomon dari GPKN, Puan Joyce Twining dari Sabahnet, para peserta, ketua-ketua jabatan yang dikasihi sekalian, hadirin wal hadirat yang dihormati. Alhamdulillah, syukur kita dapat bersama-sama dalam Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023 yang bertemakan AI in Cyber Security, Harnessing the Power, Navigating the Race. Syabas dan tahniah diucapkan kepada Jabatan Perkhidmatan Komputer Negeri Sabah, JPKN, dan Sabahnet Sendirian Berhad atas kerjasama rapat dan usaha padu mereka sehingga berjaya menganjurkan persidangan ini. Persidangan tahun ini telah diluaskan skala dan skopnya berbanding tahun-tahun yang lalu, di mana ia diadakan selama 2 hari berbanding 1 hari pada sebelumnya. Bilangan peserta digandakan dan penglibatan peserta daripada rantau Bimp-Eaga juga telah dialu-alukan. Persidangan ini diharap terus berkembang ke tahap yang lebih tinggi lagi pada masa-masa akan datang, sekaligus menyumbang kepada hasrat mempromosikan Sabah sebagai destinasi pilihan mesyuarat, insentif persidangan dan pameran MICA. Hadirin yang dikasihi sekalian, saya juga ingin mengucapkan berbanyak terima kasih kepada pihak penganjur kerana telah menjemput saya, menyampaikan ucap utama dan seterusnya merasmikan persidangan ini pada hari ini. Saya juga dengan sukacita mengalu-alukan penyertaan pemimpin digital Negeri Sabah, Kerajaan Negeri Sabah, penaja, penceramah, panelis, pempamer, penganjur, hackathon, rakan-rakan daripada rantau Bimp-Eaga. I will also like to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizer for inviting me to officiate this conference. I am delegate to welcome the participants of all delegate leaders of Sabah State Government, sponsors, speakers, panelists, exhibitor, hackathon organizer, colleagues from the Bimp-Eaga region and all attendees. This today conference will undoubtedly provide us with the opportunity to network with each other, in which cybersecurity expert most of whom come from outside Sabah. Hadirin sekalian, saya amat yakin bahawa dengan penyertaan aktif tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dalam persidangan ini akan dapat menimba ilmu dan menjana banyak inovasi baharu bagi memperkasakan peranan para ketua pegawai digital, CDO dan pegawai keselamatan ICT, ICTCSO dalam mempertingkatkan keselamatan cyber di semua agensi kerajaan negeri. Mengetahui perkembangan terkini berkenaan konsep dan teknologi keselamatan cyber akan dapat mempertingkatkan keselamatan, kaedah penyampaian perkhidmatan kita kepada seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Hadirin sekalian, sebelum menghadiri majlis ini, saya menghadiri sebuah seminar antarabangsa di sebuah hotel terkemuka bersama-sama dengan Menteri Pengajian Tinggi Datuk Seri Khalid Nurdin berhubung dengan MQA di Pengajian Tinggi. Dalam ucap utama beliau pagi tadi, beliau menekankan 3 perkara yang sangat penting untuk memastikan relevannya pendidikan tinggi, pengajian tinggi dalam masyarakat. 2 perkara yang ditekankan oleh beliau ialah berhubung dengan digitalisasi, pendigitalan dalam pendidikan, dan yang kedua ialah nilai yang perlu ditanam kepada setiap yang terlibat dalam proses digital ini. Sudah pasti digital ini berhubung baik dengan hal-hal manfaat, tetapi dia juga tidak terlepas dari perkara-perkara yang boleh mendatangkan sesuatu yang memudaratkan kita dan negara. Sebab itulah beliau menekankan perkara ketiga yang menjadi trust kepada usaha pendigitalan ini ialah berhubung dengan nilai, akhlak, moral dan pegangan kita yang menjadi benteng dalam kita menguasai hal-hal berhubung dengan digital. Ucapan yang amat berhormat Ketua Menteri sempena Majlis Perasmian Jelajah Kebangsaan Anti-Scam Kebangsaan 2023 peringkat negeri Sabah pada 28 Oktober yang lalu menyatakan bahawa dalam 3 tahun kebelakangan kerugian akibat penipuan dalam talian di Sabah telah melebihi 100 juta ringgit. Telah melebihi 100 juta ringgit melalui 4,687 kes. Dan dalam tahun ini setakat bulan September telah mencatat jumlah kerugian tertinggi dalam sejarah iaitu 28 ringgit melalui 1,243 kes. Perkara ini jelas menunjukkan, tuan-tuan sekalian, aspek keselamatan cyber perlu diberikan perhatian serius dan seterusnya diambil tindakan yang sewajarnya oleh seluruh lapisan masyarakat termasuk penjawat awam yang merupakan pelaksana aspirasi pemimpin tertinggi negeri. Walau bagaimanapun amaun kerugian di Sabah masih kecil berbanding jumlah di seluruh negara. Kita perlu mengambil tindakan awal dan proaktif agar dapat meminimumkan risiko dan mengawal sebarang insiden keselamatan cyber daripada merebak dan membesar sehingga sukar untuk kita kawal. Hadirin sekalian, cabaran dan risiko kecerdasan buatan atau artificial intelligence (AI) terhadap keselamatan cyber telah meningkat mendadak. Tarikh 30 November 2022 terpahat dalam sejarah sebagai hari chatbot AI yang bernama ChatGPT dilancarkan. Ia dianggap game changer dalam bidang AI disebabkan kemampuannya menghasilkan teks berkualiti tinggi yang bersesuaian dengan konteks, menjadikannya amat serbaguna dan mampu menangani pelbagai tugas pemahaman penjenamaan bahasa semula jadi. Di sebaliknya, kemampuan yang sama boleh disalahguna untuk mempengaruhi pengguna, untuk menyebarkan maklumat palsu, untuk merancang dan mencipta kod sumber hasad, untuk melancarkan serangan cyber, atau untuk melakukan aktiviti lain yang berbahaya dalam konteks keselamatan cyber. Malah tuan-tuan sekalian, telah wujud generatif AI lain yang hampir serupa dengan ChatGPT, namun dicipta oleh penjenayah cyber seperti Fraud GPT, Worm GPT, yang didakwa boleh digunakan untuk membina perisian hasad, untuk mengenal pasti kelemahan sistem aplikasi, dan untuk menentukan sasaran dan menulis email palsu. Pada 1 November lalu, 28 buah negara termasuk Amerika Syarikat, China, India, United Kingdom, Jepun dan Kesatuan Eropah telah menandatangani deklarasi Bletchley, pengisytiharan antarabangsa pertama berkenaan AI, di mana mereka menyatakan persetujuan pendirian AI berpotensi memberikan risiko malapetaka terhadap manusia sejagat. Berdasarkan latar belakang inilah persidangan ini telah dianjurkan dengan tema yang dipilih yang menggesa kita semua agar mempersiapkan diri, mempersiapkan organisasi kita, mempersiapkan sekeliling kita dalam menghadapi isu-isu yang amat mencabar ini. Hadirin yang dihormati, Kerajaan Negeri telah melaksanakan pelbagai inisiatif, pelbagai program untuk memperkasakan aspek keselamatan cyber dan menyokong penyampaian perkhidmatannya melalui penubuhan bahagian khusus untuk menguruskan ekosistem keselamatan cyber di JPKN pada tahun 2010 yang disokong oleh kerjasama padu Sabahnet, syarikat ICT milik Kerajaan Negeri. Kerajaan Negeri telah memberikan tumpuan khusus terhadap isu penipuan dalam talian bermula 2022 melalui siri program kesedaran jenayah cyber dalam kalangan penjawat awam. Setakat ini tuan-tuan, 6 program telah dilaksanakan di sekitar Keningau. Kita buat di Sendakan, kita buat juga di Tawau dan juga di Kota Kinabalu yang telah mencapai sekitar 700 penjawat awam. Syabas dan tahniah kepada pengarah. Perancangan juga sedang dibuat untuk melebarkan skop perkara ini ke peringkat orang awam melalui usaha sama dengan rakan strategik. Secara keseluruhannya tuan-tuan sekalian, dalam tahun ini Kerajaan Negeri telah melaksanakan 14 program latihan dan kesedaran berkenaan keselamatan cyber termasuk persidangan yang kita adakan pada hari ini. Saya ucapkan syabas dan tahniah kepada semua yang hadir. Terima kasih banyak, mudah-mudahan ada manfaatnya untuk kita semua. Kerajaan Persekutuan juga memberi perhatian yang lebih tinggi terhadap isu-isu keselamatan cyber melalui komitmen kawangan dalam aspek keselamatan cyber negara, di mana dalam ucapan belanjawan 2024 Persekutuan pada 13 Oktober lalu, Menteri Kawangan Persekutuan yang amat berhormat Perdana Menteri kita mengumumkan antara lain perkara-perkara berikut. Pertama, beliau mengumumkan untuk mempercepatkan pelaksanaan Identiti Digital Nasional (IDN) bagi membendung risiko jenayah scam. Kedua, beliau menambah peruntukan untuk Pusat Respons Scam Kebangsaan (NSRC) dalam membantras jenayah scam. Ketiga, meneliti keperluan meminda undang-undang yang berkenaan bagi mempercepat proses pemulangan wang kepada mangsa. Keempat, yang amat berhormat menekankan usaha membangun rangka kerja pengujian keselamatan cyber 5G, 5G serta kepakaran tempatan terhadap teknologi 5G bagi meningkatkan kesiapsiagaan terhadap ancaman serangan cyber. Pada bulan Jun yang amat berhormat, Perdana Menteri telah mengumumkan usaha yang sedang dijalankan dalam penggubalan rang undang-undang khas berkenaan dengan cyber. Manakala Menteri Komunikasi dan Digital juga telah dipetik menyatakan beberapa perancangan berkenaan dengan pengukuhan keselamatan cyber negara. Pertama, pada bulan Januari, perihal penubuhan Suruhanjaya Keselamatan Cyber Malaysia. Kedua, pada Ogos, perihal penelitian keperluan mewujudkan kerangka kawal selia teknologi kecerdasan buatan AI. Pelbagai usaha kerajaan, tuan-tuan, Kerajaan Negeri juga dan juga Persekutuan telah menyatakan tadi jelas menunjukkan komitmen keseluruhan jentera kerajaan dalam menangani semua keperluan berkenaan keselamatan cyber di negara ini. Penjawat awam perlu terus memainkan peranan dalam memastikan pelaksanaan sistem penyampaian kerajaan digital yang menyeluruh dan selamat. Justru semua penjawat awam wajar proaktif dan pantas dalam mempelajari ilmu dan kemahiran digital. Marilah berganding bahu dengan Kementerian Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi dalam penglibatan dan kerjasama berterusan melaksanakan perkara ini sesuai dengan peranan agensi-agensi di bawahnya, khususnya GPKN dan Sabahnet sebagai pelaksana ekosistem cyber yang selamat. Saya ingin mengingatkan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan juga kepada diri saya sendiri tentang keperluan untuk sentiasa mengemaskini senarai pegawai keselamatan ICT dan atau ICT SO di organisasi masing-masing dan seterusnya memaklumkan kepada pihak agensi keselamatan cyber negara dan GPKN seperti mana yang diperlukan oleh Ketua Pengarah Keselamatan Negara, Majlis Keselamatan Negara. Perkara ini penting kerana akan memudahkan komunikasi organisasi dengan pihak NACSA mengenai isu-isu terkini keselamatan. Akhirnya, saya menjemput kita semua agar menggembling tenaga untuk memupuk komuniti cyber yang mesra di rantau ini dengan menjadi pembangun dan pengguna semua kemudahan dalam talian yang lebih bertanggungjawab, lebih beretika, lebih positif dan seterusnya, insya-Allah cemerlang. Dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya merasmikan Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Datuk dan kita mohon Yang Berhormat Datuk dan Puan Erniwati Dewi Abbas untuk kekal berada di atas pentas bagi melancarkan gimik perasmian dan dengan itu majlis juga menjemput dan mempersilakan Yang Berusaha Encik Martin Sun, Yang Berusaha Teknologis Encik Ebenezer Godomon dan Yang Berusaha Puan Joyce Twining untuk bersama-sama naik ke pentas bersama dengan tetamu kehormat. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita akan saksikan gimik pelancaran iaitu tayangan video montaj Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security 2023. Tepukan gemuruh sekali lagi untuk pelancaran rasmi Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023. Terima kasih sekali lagi dan kita mohon Yang Berhormat Datuk untuk kekal berada di atas pentas untuk acara penyampaian cendera kenangan kepada speaker daripada sesi pertama tadi pagi. Dan dengan itu, majlis menjemput teknologis Dr. Salahuddin bin Syamsuddin, Ketua Pegawai Teknologi Cyber Security Malaysia untuk naik ke pentas bagi menerima cendera kenangan daripada YB Menteri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada teknologis Dr. Salahuddin bin Syamsuddin. Seterusnya, majlis menjemput Yang Berusaha Puan Erniwati Dewi Abbas untuk menyampaikan cendera kenangan kepada tetamu kehormat kita Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Haji Muhammad Arifin bin Datuk Haji Muhammad Arif, Menteri Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi Sabah. Terima kasih YB Menteri kerana sudi menghadiri majlis perasmian dan pelancaran Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023 pada hari yang mulia ini. Baiklah, terima kasih YB Menteri dan Div-Div jemputan dipersilakan kembali ke tempat duduk. Sebelum majlis berakhir, kita akan teruskan dengan sesi fotografi bersama-sama dengan tetamu kehormat dan juga peserta-peserta serta delegasi Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2023. Juru gambar rasmi akan mengambil gambar dari atas pentas supaya semua boleh masuk dalam gambar. Kita persilakan peserta-peserta untuk tampil ke depan dan boleh juga berdiri di belakang tetamu-tetamu kehormat kita. Bagi peserta-peserta lain yang berada di belakang, dipersilakan untuk berdiri supaya boleh masuk dalam gambar. Dijemput speakers untuk juga berada di belakang tetamu kehormatan Div-Div jemputan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all stand to make sure everyone is in frame for the official photo session with our guest of honor and also distinguished guests. Okey, boleh penuhkan ruang di tengah. Ruang di tengah masih kosong, so kamu boleh fill up yang di tengah juga. Mungkin peserta-peserta dari belakang boleh kumpul dan fill up the gap in the middle. Right, terima kasih diucapkan kepada semua para hadirin dan juga peserta-peserta. Dengan itu, berakhirlah acara perasmian kita pada pagi ini. Majlis menjemput tetamu kehormat dan Div-Div jemputan untuk melawat exhibitors booth yang berada di luar Dewan. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita akan berehat seketika. Sila kembali ke dalam Dewan pada jam 10.45 pagi untuk sesi kedua. Sekian, terima kasih. right, ladies and gentlemen who are outside the hall, please make your way back into the hall as we are about to begin session 2 very soon. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang masih berada di luar dewan, kita akan mulakan sesi kedua sebentar lagi. Sila masuk ke dalam dewan dan ambil tempat duduk masing-masing. Terima kasih. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, attention for those of you who are still outside the hall. Please make your way back into the hall and take your seats as we're about to begin plenary session 2 in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue with the second plenary session. Speaking for the session 2 of the plenary session is technologist Dr. Syed Abdullah Shahir Al-Idrus, General Manager of Cybersecurity Services in TM1 Malaysia. Dr. Syed brings 15 years of experience of the cybersecurity industry from various practice domains, including consulting, network security, endpoint security, cloud security, application and data security, and cybersecurity risk management. His experience also includes security architecture, project management, product development, and product management. At TM1, he is currently leading the product development and management of cybersecurity product portfolios since February 2022. Cybersecurity services product development coverage is from professional services to managed security services. Here to speak on the next gen SOC, autonomous investigation and automation, let's invite technologist Dr. Syed Abdullah.
All right, let's start. Honored guests, so these are the selected fews in center pilih, right? So most of them is still outside. It's very unfortunate because, you know, subsequent to Dr. Salahuddin's presentation, he speaks a lot in terms of the types of cybersecurity threats, and as well as how AI been utilized in cybersecurity or threat actors when it comes to penetrating your environment. And then he also did mention that while the threat actors also utilizing AI, we should also utilize AI as part of our cybersecurity operations, in which this is the gist of my sharing with you today. Now, most of you guys knows what is SOC. So fundamentally, SOC is the set of people with certain cybersecurity skill set, like analyst, engineering, and a set of processes when it comes to cybersecurity, incident handling, change management, and so on, plus the technology underlying as part of helping in terms of other operations, security operations. And they are the one that basically manage and monitor the organization's security posture and event and so on, right? So that is the fundamental what is SOC. Now, the composition of the standard SOC, as you can see, where the flow would be on the left side. If you can see, all are in terms of the log sources to be collected to enable the visibility in operation center. And if you look at the center box, in which the core of the technology is security incident event management tool, coupled with threat intel database and the practice of governance risk and compliance. And we combine both of the technology and processes using use cases to basically churn out the alerts and the security incidents for the analysts to action upon. Now, in SOC, the typical monitoring team consists of 3 layers: Tier 1 analyst, Tier 2 analyst, and Tier 3 analyst. Some of you may familiar with the structure where the Tier 1 is the one that eyeball the alerts, and Tier 2 basically does the investigation and confirming
uh, the security incident is true positive, and if the security incident is unknown, it will be passed over to Tier 3 in which to do threat hunting, forensics, analysis to confirm whether it's true positive when it comes to the threats, all right? Now, that is basically the typical model where we receive the logs, we process the logs to become the alerts, and the action will be taken upon by the security analyst, all right? Now, however, the challenge here, in Malaysia, we do not have a lot of cybersecurity experts and professionals. The scarcity of it. So therefore, when it comes to the standard model of SOC, it's really resource intensive. Imagine a company that have thousands, more than, of assets to be monitored upon. The alerts churned by each of these assets could be hundreds. So multiply that with thousands of assets, you're looking at millions of alerts to be eyeballed and analyzed. So imagine the gravity of the people you need when it comes to monitoring the security environment. Now, these are the challenges basically today when it comes to operating SOC. You have too many alerts. As I mentioned previously, you have large real estate, many assets that give you a lot of alerts. So with humans, sometimes you may overlook. You may miss some of the very important or the false or the true positive threats that you're supposed to look upon. And a combination of that is too many security products. So when it comes to security, you're looking at network security. You have firewall, proxy, NDR, anti-DDoS. And then you have endpoint security, you have EPP, DLP. When it comes to application security, you have a lot also. So imagine the pillars of security when looked upon, and you have to manage various products and technology when it comes to security, and multiply that with the alerts that you're going to get. So that's how heavy it is when it comes to operating security operation center, and that's part of the challenge. And also depends on the framework, the processes that you have adopted. If you have ISOs, you follow ISOs. You have NIST, you follow NIST. So you have many processes to follow. So this contributes to the overall challenges when it comes to operating an SOC. Now, how do we going to overcome the standard SOC challenges? So when it comes to alerts, we need a solution that basically improve the reliability of the detecting the alerts, of basically analyzing the alerts to only pinpoint to true positive. We only act upon those alerts that is really matters. And then we need also basically a fundamental technology that basically can act upon and managing the various security products that basically we are managing, and also processes. So you have a lot of processes when it comes to security according to your framework that you have adopted, right? So these three things, if you look at the underlying requirements, would be the manpower. So you have those who are looking at alerts, manpower. Those who are managing security products, another manpower, another skill set, various skill set that you needed. Processes, another manpower, that you need people that knows how to develop the framework and manage the framework. Now, this is the proposition, or based on my experience dealing with customers. So we dubbed it as next-gen SOC. Now, next-gen SOC is not the latest approach, but it's the next step of the standard SOC approach. So the next step of the next gen SOC, I think you have heard it before, it coined as Cyber Fusion Center, right? Now, before you can go to Cyber Fusion Center, you need to fulfill this kind of architecture first, or the requirements. Comparing with the previous slide, in which I did mention, we need to ingest the logs, depends on your risk appetite, how large or how wide you want to cast your net when it comes to ingesting the log. So basically, it gives you the visibility. Now, when it comes to the tool and technology, you can see that I have pushed the SIM, Threat Intel, GRC up to the above, and introduced Yuba AI Machine Learning Threat Hunting Platform. And another element would be SOAR, Security, Orchestration, and Automation when it comes to response. Now, these two technology are the key when it comes to, when I said, autonomous investigation and automation, right? Now, what is Yuba ML machine learning? Basically, have you heard of extended detection and response technology, XDR? If yes, that is the AI part when you are combining into your SOC. Now, when it comes to the process flow, rather than human do the analytics and action, the analytics and action is done by the tool, and it will churn out alerts to the analyst. Now, tier 1 analyst, tier 2 analyst will not be heavily burdened with too much alerts. Those analyses are being taken over by XDR or machine learning when it comes to determine whether the anomaly that you detected, whether it's true or false positive, right? So this is the fundamental illustration of next-gen SOC. Slightly more technical, right? How it happens. Now, if you look at this middle, it's basically the XDR platform, right? The threat hunting platform. So it can ingest the threat alerts from various ingestion point. It can also ingest the alerts from SIM into XDR. XDR will process and spit it out back out to SIM. And also, another point here I would like to say is SOAR. Okay, so SOAR is basically the technology that automates the processes when it comes to SOC. For example, attempts of brute force ID. So it's a common thing that you've seen as a trend in your organization. So with SOAR, your analyst does not need to spend their time on basically look after the brute force. It will be taken care by first the XDR to determine the true positive, and it will be automated in terms of action, blocking ID by the SOAR platform. So that is the interrelation between XDR and SOAR as part of your SOC stack, technology stack, basically. So you have SIM, Threat Intel, XDR, and SOAR, right? Now, that is the high level, so I will not go through in detail, so you can, look at, see me to understand more when it comes to the technicality, when it comes to integrating between XDR, SOAR, SIM, and Threat Intel as part of your operation center. This is an example when it comes to the manual operation of your SOC, and once XDR and basically SOAR has been implemented as part of your SOC journey. So if you look at the dotted line, it's basically the one that is manual way, which is the standard SOC way. The green solid lines, basically you have implemented automation. So the difference, and we have tested it, and we have implemented it. So basically, huge time difference when it comes to detections and response. So when it comes to cybersecurity, the utmost measurement and benchmark we're going to see is mean time to detect and mean time to response. So the faster you react to it, the safer your environment going to be. So that is the ultimate goal as when operating an SOC, right? Now, when it comes to next gen, how it impacts your security operation is it gives you full scope of incident narrative. I would like to remind you, it's not that you implement XDR and SOAR, it will does things for you. You don't need people. You still need human intelligence to contextualize, give meaning towards to the alerts and events or incidents that has happened. For example, I have, for this one government agency, right? So we have implemented XDR and SOAR. It does work. It blocks the threats. But the customer do not understand the technicality of certain information given by the technology. So what we detect is there is an attempt, a state-sponsored threat actors try to penetrate this government agency, Malaysia government agency. Imagine, actually, if you think that the threat actors that coming into our soil are hackers, you're wrong. There is also other states and countries, which is mentioned by Dr. Solihin in his part of his speech, is actually try to gain information. So this is where I urge colleagues from Sabah, right? Do not think that cyber war is not happening right now. It is. So certain sentiment from the other part of the world will impact you, will impact your organization. It depends on how important your organization to the ecosystem of Malaysia, right? So now, getting back to the impact, another one would be SOC automation achieved. Everybody it's a trend saying that automate. So how do you automate security operation center? This is the method, right? Now, you get near real time when it comes to detection and response and tracking the incidents, eliminates the error and improve the accuracy when it comes to analyzing the alerts. And a bit of advantage when it comes to operating SOAR, XDR, I would say it lowers down a bit when it comes to the time to learn for the analyst. I was part of SOC. To analyze thousands of log data is very time consuming. You need to know a bit of application knowledge, scripting knowledge, and also infrastructure knowledge. So it gives you basically long time. Basically, if let's say you want to train your analyst, but with SOR, XDR, it kind of like shorten a bit because the machine does some of the fundamental and the knowledge required when it comes to analyzing the data. Now, my last slide. So the benefit you're going to get, basically. So global compliance. These days, a lot of countries coming out with a lot of regulatory requirements when it comes to operating business. With Europe with GDPR, US with their own. So we have a lot of regulatory when it comes to operating businesses. So in order to comply, we have to put a lot of investment. So this kind of technology will lessen a bit the ratio of manpower investment and focus a bit more on technology. So we know for a fact that the significant attacks or increase of attacks globally, so XDR helps in terms of controlling, in terms of cyber attacks towards your organization. There is also change in work culture where with XDR, the focus of your technical resources are more towards to level 2 analysts rather than level 1. So it becomes like a diamond-shaped manpower requirement. And lastly, trust and reliability. When it comes to operating cybersecurity, yes, trust is number one, and reliability is a part of it as well. All right? Now, a bit of last showcased. TM1 does not only do network security. So the stigma was, the stigma was, does TM do cyber too? Yes, we do. In 8 domains of cybersecurity. All right? From network security, cloud security data, IoT, OT, cyber consulting, endpoint, identity and access management, and lastly, cyber risk management services. So we have more than 40 cybersecurity portfolio of services actually. So that's just a message towards to our Sabah colleague. Thank you very much. I think that's about it.
Testing. Thank you very much, Dr. Said. We are, I think, 8 minutes ahead. We are putting questions to the floor. Does anyone have any questions to ask? You may stand up, and there are mics in the middle of the walkway. So if you have any questions, do ask them now, or you can also save it for our fireside chat session later in the afternoon. Oh, we have a question.
Yes.
In terms of blockchain, we noticed that they have a chains of hashing, right? Blockchain. So is it have something that we can improve in our SOC, or Malaysia is ready enough to build the kind of chains for blockchain implementation?
All right. This is my observation based on the demand when it comes to cybersecurity. Blockchain is not yet ready. We do have, back then we explore blockchain secure authentication. We partner with a blockchain provider. However, the take-up is not so good because fundamentally, the technology behind it is different, right? It's not like a typical encryption model like MFA, 2FA, that kind of stuff, right? Now, my perspective, blockchain is much more suitable when it comes to developing records management because of the trail of the data, right? The logs or the data block, so because it records everything in movement. Second thing in which I do not think it's ready is because of the distributed ledger technology, because fundamentally it's very difficult to convince the people, like, okay, behind blockchain, when it comes to private DLT, so you need to build your own nodes. My question to the blockchain provider, how do you secure your nodes? If let's say, fundamentally, you understand mining, right? So it's basically to confirm the ledgers, the data is not being tampered. If let's say, 2 nodes saying that this is the right data, the last node said, yes, it is. Now, the question I would say, if I compromise 2 of the nodes, of the 3 nodes, and I say the data is, basically I tampered already. And the last node is basically holding the true data, but I tampered the 2 nodes. So basically, the third note we say the incorrect data would be the true data. Those questions cannot be answered as for now. So that's why I was not really keen when it comes to venturing into blockchain until solid answer is given to me. And as part of TM1 practice, we have an engineering team to test this theory. And if they cannot convince my technical team, I'm sorry. It's very difficult for us to basically convince the customer when it comes to adopting blockchain. So that's my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Said. We can open for one more question, if any questions from the floor. Otherwise, we will wrap up. Thank you so much, Dr. Said. Next up, we have Goh Sugim, Strategic Solutions Architect from Mandiant, Malaysia, who will be speaking on threat intelligence beyond IOCs. Sugim is one of the leading strategic solutions architects in the Asia-Pacific region for Mandiant. He serves as the subject matter expert in the field of cyber threat intelligence, involving the government sector, large enterprises in the private sector, across multiple verticals such as the financial institution, telcos, energy, and utilities. Sugim has more than 25 years of IT security experience, working for several companies in the USA, Malaysia, and Singapore in the area of threat insights for malware detection, IT security consulting, IT security system integration, and running a 24/7 security operations center. Over to you, Goh Sugim.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Thanks for your time today and invitation here to speak again. So I spoke here last year and definitely, honored to be invited to be talking here today. All right, so before I start, I'm just going to share a few things today. I know the topic may sound familiar, but I do have something to talk about the Malaysia threat landscape, right? So usually when I share, I do have some interesting things that we observe. So today I'm going to share that today. So just the time check. This session is between lunch and me, right? The next one is lunch, I guess. So I hope today I'm going to keep you guys awake. All right, so I'm based in Singapore. And again, you see there's a bit of a change today that we put there as Mandiant and Google Cloud. So before I start, just want to share with some of you, we were acquired by Google last year. Sorry. All right, so that's my agenda for today. First, I'm going to talk about our M-Trends, what we observed from the front lines in 2023. And then, of course, I'm going to share some threat landscape for you guys to take a look at. Then last, I'm going to talk about how intelligence is more than just IOCs, right? I know some of us are very technical in this room and we like looking at IOCs, but that doesn't tell you actually a lot of things. So today I'm going to share something about that. So before I start, just want to quick share. So Mandiant, we were acquired by Google last year, all right? So that's why today you might see us portraying ourselves as Mandiant, and then you see me wearing a Google shirt, and we see our friends there with the Awan sticker and the Google Cloud. So now Mandiant, we are part of Google Cloud. What that means is actually very interesting because now we'll be powering the entire and securing the Google Cloud security solutions and also the security cloud, right? And I know cloud is a big topic today, with AI and all that. So definitely it's very exciting for us. So that's why you might see me using the name, interchangeably between Mandiant and Google Cloud and Google. All right, so with that said, so we can share our branding and identity a little bit. Something that's very interesting is also people always ask, what does this mean to us all? So now that you can see, with Mandiant and Google together, you're looking at a lot of data points, right? In the past, in Mandiant, we looked at a lot of information. We have a lot of IR experience, investigation, then we find all this and create a report, right? Now we actually more than that because as part of Google, as you know, Virus Total together and as well as all the other partners that we work with, right? So as you can see from Intel collection point of view, right, you're looking at a lot of the underground sources that we cover from Mandiant, open sources as well, and then of course over there is where our human analyst services as well. All right, and then of course at the bottom here, this is also quite interesting. With Google, we are actually looking at a lot more coverage on URLs, right? So for those of you who use Chrome, we're looking at 60 billion analyzing URLs a day, right? So that definitely gives us a lot of telemetry. All right, so that's enough for who we are and what we can do today in terms of intelligence powering our architecture. Now, before I move on to my next part, I just want to talk about motivation, right? So just to set the ground right, this is how we typically talk about the bad guys. So if you see, my presentation is always about the bad guys, right? Because Mandiant, we always talk about adversaries. So to talk about adversary, you understand what they are motivated, right? Everybody have a motivation, right? You all come here today, your motivation is to learn something. So the bad guys is very interesting. We put them usually in the 3 buckets, right? Number 1 is espionage. So these people usually come in to steal information, to steal, basically espionage come in to steal information to make so that I'm one step ahead, right? Espionage usually undertaken by countries, right? One country want to know what the other country is doing. They want to attack the government and steal some secret plans so that they know what they're doing. Then we have the cyber criminal, right? I'll talk a bit about cyber criminal today. So cyber criminal is the one who steal for money. Their goal for money. They put the ransomware, they extort, they want money. So they're all criminal, they're all financially driven. Last but not least is very interesting. I put there cyber hacktivists / information operations. Today I call them info ops. Hacktivists are the people who are neither motivated by secrets or money. They are motivated by their belief, right? Which means I will hack you because I don't like you or I want to show that what you say is wrong. That's what my belief is, right? So that's what hacktivists is. We also added a new category called information operations. Very, very big deal today because info ops are somewhat like propaganda, right? Planted by the enemy to influence your thoughts. So there's a lot of fake news, fake sites that are planted by the enemy so that they, in order to fight the war, they change your people's perception of what is happening. One very good example is if you actually look at a lot of our blogs, I know there's this big Hamas-Israel war going on. We observe a lot of information operations where different countries, well, different allies, would put in fake news to influence what you see on TV. Right? So again, don't believe everything you see on the internet. What you see, the picture or people in the war, they may not be reflected what you think is happening. Right? So again, these are what we call information operations. All right, 5 minutes past that, I want to talk a little bit about what we observe. So I'll talk about M-Trends. M-Trends is a report we do every year to summarize what we find that happens in the IR, right? Incident response. Because we do a lot of investigation. We are there at the crime scene, so we know what's happening. So these are some of the stats I want to summarize. First of all, again, if you take a look at this, 16 days global median downtime. This is very interesting because I want to share this is because this is how long the bad guy has been in your network before they get caught. That's what the dwell time is. The dwell time is how long the guy came in, and from the day, how long he got found out. He's inside your house, right? So in this case, where he has been discovered in the breach. 16 days sounds like a lot, right? But actually, 5 years ago, it was more than 1 year. So can you imagine when the burglar come into your house, they've been in your house for more than 1 year, walking around, studying what you have. So that's some of our coverage. And then, of course, 63% are external incident notification. That's interesting as well. So basically, the guy who got hacked and breached didn't even know. More than half of the time, he was informed by somebody else, either the authorities or their partners or their vendors. So this is very interesting. So they themselves, they didn't even know that they were actually breached. 913 newly tracked threat groups. Every year we look at new clusters. These are the new bad guys that we track every year. This year we have 913. And then of course we talk about micro attack techniques as well, the TTP that is used. And 18% actually still involve ransomware. So for those of you who thought ransomware is gone, it's still here, right? And these are actually very motivated by financial gains. Again, you can see half of them, of these groups, they are all money driven, right? When they come after you today, they want money. So again, dwell time, I talked a bit about that just now, about how long it takes. So basically the day that the bad guy come in and the day they got discovered. So this is the interesting part I want to share, right? So then you thought 16 was a lot. Look at it about 10 years ago, right? We are 416 days typically in a breach. The bad guy has been in your network for more than 1 year before they were discovered 10 years ago. So all of you here can give yourself a pat in the back, right? We've all been doing good. So for those who think that, there's all bad guys in the world and all this security thing, we actually have the right technology. I think, Doctor, just now earlier you did mention about all the SOC, all the XDR, the SOAR, automation and all this, and AI have actually helped us to reduce this time to a very low time now. So 16 days is pretty good. Just give you a real deep dive here. So basically, in APAC, we are hovering around 21, 33 days, right? So don't feel too bad. But basically, we're actually in a very good shape, but we can do better. So if you look at this from 2017, in fact, for APAC, just 5 years ago, we were more than, if you take a look at the stats, we were more than actually, 1,000 days for external notification. So this is quite impressive stats that we are finding through our investigation in the last 5 years. So in Asia, we are picking up very quickly as well, right? Thanks to all of us here who are encouraging the security, cybersecurity in terms of building up the infrastructure, building up detection, and building up response. All right, so I have a few more things to share about the threat landscape, right? So at this point, I might be sharing something that's quite sensitive. So I would appreciate if you guys don't take pictures of it. Just we'll keep it in this room, right? It's just some incidents that happened that I think is all should know about. So for the next 10 minutes, I got some few things I can share that is interesting. So for number one example, right, this one, basically in the background, historically we have always been a target of cyber espionage, right? Again, we observe a lot of Chinese operations, right? And this is all usually due to a lot of the Belt and Road projects and all this, that what they say is, how you keep your friend close but keep your enemy closer, right? So many times espionage is where they want to know what's going on. And for Malaysia, actually, we are less likely be targeted by espionage threat actors, but more likely by financially motivated, right? The second one here. So again, most of us that we've seen in this part of the world, they all come in for the money, right? Money is still the main motivation. Last but not least, hacktivism. We do have some of them, right? Sometimes we have some pro-Islamic group in Indonesia. Maybe they might be unhappy with Malaysia, and then they will, say, "Oh, I'll hack Malaysia," and all this stuff. Sometimes it's caused by somebody may not say something very nice, then the other party will go and attack them. We give a score usually to what we are, right? So typically this is how we calculate it. In a way, from looking at it, in Malaysia, we are very highly targeted by financially motivated threat actors. Basically, they come in, drop ransomware, extort you, take money, and go. We have seen banks being extorted, right? They put the ransomware, I want money. State actors is what we call espionage. So again, there's still quite a fair bit of them, but then of course, hacktivism is just very minimal, right? The next slide is more interesting, right? So basically what we observe is throughout the last 3 quarters, these are some of the incidents we have seen, right? Again, this is no secret, but I have shared here just to show you guys that what is going on. So in the last year, if you guys remember, a lot of things happened, right? Especially Move It. You guys know the Move It? Or you use it in your environment? No? So that has been a pretty big exploit for Move It. A lot of customers, they use them to share files. Again, basically the critical vulnerability was a lot of people use that to get into the system and drop ransomware. But more interesting is this one here. So we do observe a lot of coverage in terms from even neighbors, right? So there are nexus group that we track in this part of the world. Like for example, this is the Vietnam nexus group, right? So we do see them actually not only acting in Malaysia, but they actually act across this region, looking for secrets, right? And then, of course, in terms of cybercrime, we have seen a lot of data leaks. I'm not sure if you guys read the news. These are some of the leaks that we've seen, from Energy Commission in Malaysia. Just I think two quarters ago, the Chinese-speaking actors, they do advertise and say, hey, we have how many 11? So including myself and everybody here, some of our identity could have been leaked. More interesting is even government websites as well, right? We see a lot of this being leaked as well. And towards the end of Q3, there we see some red being hit. Again, these are some of the key things that we observe in terms of all the activities here. We also see universities being hacked as well, and so as Malaysian banks. So this is quite a run-of-the-mill, in the whole industry, what we observe. Again, it may not surprise you, but this is something that we have observed. Again, these are some of the threat actors that we see. So how Mandian look at the bad guys is we do look at them based on who they are and where they come from, right? So we do track them as UNC clusters, basically uncategorized clusters. As you can see, today we track, in Mandian, we track about 5,000 clusters. That's how many bad guys are there out there, right? Of course, some of them, they merge and become a bigger cluster. In terms of cyber threat activity by sector, so here being, government definitely is some of the key concern. Number one, for government, they are mostly not here targeting you for money, but most of the time for information, right? They come after employee data, government servant data, and of course, our citizen data. Then you have the FSI, right? So banks are quite heavily targeted, as well as technology companies. So this was the espionage activity that we track. So I know you guys may have heard of what Mandian does in terms of covering bad guys. So we track all these bad guys from different places, right? So from here is Vietnam based. So just recently, in early this year, we do observe them deploying a lot of malware that, go against defense entities. So they're going after aerospace, they're going after defense. And these are some of the key things. I know some of you might have heard this group called Dark Pink, not Blackpink, not that group. But Dark Pink is what they have coined them as. Of course, you see, that's what publicly reported. So for Mandian, we do call them UNC 3922, right? That's how we look at all these clusters. This is quite interesting because what they do is all this decoy that they share. They put all these defense-themed lures, like for example, this one. So it looks pretty legit to me, right, from a government perspective. So again, we do see that, they are constantly gathering intelligence through, strategic information from, who is more superior in military power. All right, cybercrime activity, this is definitely a very busy year for Malaysia. This is from about, I think, 6 months back, right, of data. The counts of victims are talking about 14. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but this is how much we have observed. Definitely, I'm sure CSM, you guys will see more in terms of who has reported, but these are some of the ones that we have responded as well. So as you can see, a lot of them are targeting large enterprises, right? More than 5,000 employees. And then, of course, you can see the primary industry, who are they going after as well. So especially ransomware, they like to go after manufacturing, retail, and technology. One reason why is because they can actually cause a lot of disruption, especially manufacturing, right? If you're talking about, what they can do to the factory operations and all that. And usually these are all smaller shops because most of the time the manufacturing say, hey, I have nothing to steal. That's what they always think, right? I'm a factory, I'm just producing stuff, but they did not realize that the ransomware can cost them money. All right? Of course, again, this is nothing new, but just we took a screenshot of what they advertise, right? So these are some of the stuff they say they have basically the leak base from the actor. So these are some of this underground stuff that we do monitor for our customers, just to make sure that we can cover that what's going on. So as you can see, there's always stuff being for sale, especially government data and so on and so forth. All right, so enough of scary stuff and things I show. The rest you can take picture. All right, so that's my quick overall threat landscape and what we observe from the front lines, right? Hopefully today I shed some light to share something interesting for all of you. I do have the next 10 minutes is basically talking about what does intelligence have to do with IOCs, right? I know IOCs has always been a big deal for all of us, right? We block things and all this. This is basically what we observe all the time, right? But again, what I'm trying to say is threat intelligence doesn't equal to IOCs, right? They are all different because very importantly, we always have to understand a few things. Who we are, who is coming after you, what are they going after? What are the actionable intelligence? When and why are they coming, right? When have they come to us before? And how do they do that? So these are some of the key things that we are looking for in terms of going after the bad guys. So just now we did talk about, like the SOC, the next gen SOC, like what is there, and all of us think of SOC as, oh yeah, I have a SIEM, I have a Splunk, I have an ArcSight, I have QRadar, right? And I'm ready to fight the war. Unfortunately, that's not so, because the fallacy is in the SOC environment, what we try to do is alert comes in, we flag it, we investigate, then we close, right? So there's not much context behind it. So what really is important is to be able for you to show that there's actually more than just an IOC. Because for most of the tech guys like ourselves, even for myself, 20 years in the business, I started off, doing all this network security, firewall, SIEM, and SOC and SOAR, all this stuff. This is just another MD5 you see on a daily basis. First thing you ask, malicious or not? Not false positive. Malicious, okay, let's investigate. If it's, okay, not affecting anything, close the case, format the box, or you say this is nothing important, right? It's very important that from one hash, right, it's important to know this hash actually has more information, right? For example, from a ransomware point of view, just because it's a hash, we are able to draw context. So in threat intelligence, it's important that we share that it's not only the IOC you're looking at, it's what family is it, who is targeting it. You want more information on what else do we see, what is the quality, is this something that we have seen before? Who will drop this kind of Conti ransomware, right? And it's important to look at it in terms of scoring perspective. You see, there's also a few things that we do on top of just knowing whether it's malicious or not. Most of the time, we want to check, oh, malicious, this is bad, benign, good, right? I think there's more to it than that. So in what intelligence do is we also have something called like threat scoring. Basically, you want to measure the impact of this IOC. Just because it's malicious, it may have a low impact, right? So this is something that we are actually using intelligence to help customers to understand, it's not 1 and 0, it's not binary anymore. Then this is basically to reduce the noise in your SOC so that you don't respond to something that doesn't matter. So that's why it's important that there's 2 levels to this, confidence and severity, right? The confidence is basically, is it bad or good? Severity means is how important is this might affect your existing business, right? So again, if you're talking about, malware profiles and all this, it's important to understand what malware family it is, who is most likely targeting it, who is most likely using it, and for those technical guys who love to hunt this thing down, what kind of Yara rules to use, right? But more importantly, one thing that I want to highlight is we even track basically who is weaponizing Conti ransomware. So remember I went back earlier and talked about you're not actually fighting the malware, you're not fighting the hash, you're fighting the enemy. This is how you want to identify the enemy. So from here, you can see that FIN12, UNC groups, all these numbers are how we track different kind of bad guys. These are the people you need to be fighting. not the malware, right? Because the malware will always change. The bad guys doesn't. He's always still there. He might change modus operandi, but he's still the same guy. So having this, you can map out, how things look like, and of course, in terms of the malware, you can deep dive into, what kind of technical details you have, and understanding how do you defend it, and more importantly, who else is on the ransomware shaming side. That's quite popular today, all these DLS, data leak sites. And then, of course, understanding the profile itself and the bad guys. So now I pivot into the threat adversary, right? You understood what the malware is. Now you want to understand who is the bad guy, right? We actually categorize this. Fin 12, we call them Fin because they are financially motivated, right? So these are threat actors that we see heavily using Conti ransomware. So again, I talk about you're fighting not the malware, but the bad guys, which means you can actually go in there and find out what exactly do they do, right? What kind of tools they use, what industry they target. And of course, who love TTPs and mitral attack, right? So these are the modus operandi of the threat actor. How do they attack? How do they do reconnaissance? How do they gain the initial vector? And when they come in, what else do they do? What is the final mission? So these are some of the things that we track prospectively in terms of how to look at all these things, right? So that you can defend it at every layer of your framework. And by the way, in Mandian, we contribute more than half of the mitral attack techniques out there today. If you check out the mitral attack framework, right? Mandian, we contributed a lot in terms of what we have studied. So in order to get this whole picture, we have to do a lot of investigations, right? Because people will always ask, how do we know what is their modus operandi? We know because we do all the investigation. So this could be the work of after investigating 50 victims. So we will do the forensic, we will investigate, we will find everything, how they come in, what they take, and which part they go out from. We even go to the details of when are they active, right? What time and when this guy started initial access. So as you can see, they've been around for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 4 or 5 years now, right? And each year they will change different kind of ransomware, different kind of trick bot, and of course different kind of motivation, right? Different kind of coverage, like using trick bot or beacon to get in. And then we also look at average days for incident with data theft, right? So this is how long the guy will stay in there before they steal something and put the ransomware. Today, extortion is the #1 way to make money. Ransomware doesn't get much anymore because we have seen people these guys put ransomware in there, and then if you have a good backup, okay, no big deal. I'm not going to pay them, restore everything, and back in business. What these guys do is, before they put the ransomware, they steal data from you, all right? They will steal maybe 10 terabytes from you, and then they say, hey, by the way, if you don't pay, I'm going to share this to the public. That is basically extortion, all right? All right, with that said, vulnerabilities have been a big deal as well. I know that in the past few months, there's been a lot of very active 0 days, right? I know you guys might be shy to say, but who feel that CVE is really a lot of work every day, right? You don't know what to patch, there are too many things to patch, and you're struggling to figure out what to patch. So that has always been an issue for most of us, right? So understanding what is out there. Just in the last few, of course, Log4j here is one of the key ones that we have observed 2 years ago, that today is still haunting a lot of people, right? Even until today, there are still a lot of boxes out there that's not patched. And these are some of the key threat actors that we see weaponizing as well. So how we are helping is through intelligence is, rather than focusing on the CVE itself, we actually focus on who is exploiting the CVE, which is here, right? You can see all the associate threat actors, APT41, UNC groups, all this. So in Mandian, we have the intelligence to see who is actually weaponizing, so that this will increase your coverage to fight the bad guy. And then, of course, you need to know exploits, right? Most of the time, most of us refer to something called the CVSS score, right? 3.0, where you have 10 maximum and 0 is not severe. The biggest challenge today with the CVSS score is everything is 9.5 and above. So you struggle to figure out what is important. So it's important that you actually track exploits as well. There could be a vulnerability today, but there's no exploit, right? That is less dangerous than having a medium vulnerability with 5 proven exploits out there that has been weaponized. So this is something that we are able to help customers as well. Like I mentioned earlier, this was something that was exploited by Fin11. So you see how we put few things together. We always don't just talk about the exploit or the vulnerability like move it, right? Everybody talk about move it. But what Mandiant do is we put a context behind it, because move it is not a big deal until you have Fin11 weaponizing it or targeting and looking for it. So this is basically what we have seen in mid of this year when Fin11, they exploited a 0-day vulnerability, which is this one, right, that was posted. In Malaysia, there is not too many move it users, but we have a lot of customers in Asia Pacific. So I've spoken to customers in Hong Kong and in Thailand, for example. All this and Singapore, they have a lot of move it customers. Right, this is one of the key ways that they actually target using this. So basically, they use a vulnerability, they get in, they exploit, and then from there, they use lateral movement, then they drop the ransomware or they steal data for extortion. And you can see these guys, again, their modus operandi is they use the vulnerability to get in, right? Once they drop the payload, they get access. The next thing is they drop the ransomware. Then they steal the data, then they will ask you for money. That's their modus operandi. All right, in terms of situational awareness, I think one of the key things that I want to share today is here, right? Before I end this, I only have a few more slides, so you guys can relax. So the centerpiece of Intel-led security. So why is this important? So before I leave the room, right, I always tell our customers and everybody, there's no point knowing what is bad outside if you can't relate to what is happening inside your network, right? So it's very important to put this part. So this is what Mandiant is really good at, right? We can find everything what we call external threat landscape, the external. But until you can match it together with your internal operating environment, you will have no idea who you are fighting, right? Like I mentioned earlier, we track 5,000 bad guys. That's a lot of people. I don't think anybody can fight 5,000 enemies. But if you can match it with your internal operating environment, then you can tell these are the people who attacked me before. So I put them in what we call a threat profile. Which, with that, is something that you are fighting more strategically, right? Yeah, you can take a picture of this one, no worries. So this one here, your ability basically to anticipate, because this is where you want to identify all your enemies in the list. So with this, I'm going to share with you one last sample, how do we fight the bad guys, right? So basically, this is how we apply threat profile into who you're fighting, right? What you're looking at in terms of validating it. So as you can see, Mandiant, we have solutions all the way from doing threat intelligence to validating it. For example, this is something that our customers do to fight, right? You are very specifically, strategically fighting. Basically, what kind of malware you're looking at, what kind of bad guys, which bad guy will most likely hit you, what are the IOCs that you're actually defining to actually block them. How many are you going to be blocking? How much do we know? How likely is it going to happen, right? So just give you overall a sample of what we do and what the customers can do to defend themselves. All right, with that said, one more here. Again, this is something essential through the organization. I think most of the time we do not look at threat intelligence as just or the SOC guy will use, right? Intelligence, give it to the SOC guy to make it easy. But actually, intelligence extend to more than tactical use. As you can see from operation and all of you in this room, the C-suite, the CISOs, all the way up to the board, right? They have to understand. I think the first talk today is everybody's responsibility. And this is what I'm trying to show here. Intelligence is actually basically spreading the risk among everybody who's responsible for this. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, I have to brief a bank here in Malaysia for the board member. The board member has no idea what security is, but today they need to understand, right? People have stepped down, CEOs have stepped down because of a breach, all right? So with that said, I thank you for your time. My time is up, so any questions, we can open up. Very quiet crowd. I think they are getting hungry already.
No questions? Oh, we can save it for fireside chat later. I think that was very intense. Thank you so much, Sugim, for that presentation.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, ladies and gentlemen. For the next session, which is session 4, we have Ru Vitswan Isa. He's the Regional Cybersecurity Specialist from CrowdStrike Malaysia and will be speaking on evolving modern tradecraft with AI. Ru Vitswan Isa, or also known as Ru, is a regional cybersecurity specialist with over 16 years of cybersecurity experience in consulting, designing, and implementing cybersecurity solutions for diverse companies and organizations in various industries. He specializes in a myriad of security domains, including threat intelligence, cloud security, endpoint security, identity protection, and data protection. He is both CISSP and CCSK certified. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ru Vitswan Isa.
Good morning, everyone. It's good afternoon now. Just give me 1 second. So hi, everyone. Assalamualaikum and good day to everybody. So for the next 35 minutes, so I'll be going through AI, but from an adversary perspective, right? So what are the bad guys doing about AI, and how are they threatening the country, the industry that you are in, and so on, right? So my name is Ru Vitswan Isa, or Ru for short. I'm the regional SE here for CrowdStrike Malaysia. Okay, so let's look at AI. But I thought I would like to start with this, right? So probably for the old timers here, you'll be more familiar with the image up on the screen right now, right? So obviously this is one of the most iconic image in history, right? So this is the cover to the Beatles' Abbey Road, right? So I thought I would have a little fun with AI, right? So I used one of the AI services that we have online. And what I wanted to do is, I just entered a prompt and said, hey, can you generate an image of Abbey Road? But instead of the Beatles, can I have these 4 individuals here, right? So Michael Jackson, Gandhi, Taylor Swift, and Michelle Yeoh as well, right? Just for fun. So within 30 seconds or less, AI generated this image for me, right? Not the best, admittedly, not the best, but you can see the potential that we have with AI, right? By just putting in random scenarios, asking them to generate an image for you, this is what I got, right? From my weird request, right? So AI is definitely fun. I'm sure most of you have played with ChatGPT. and some other AI tools out there as well, right? So AI is really powerful. It's something that can really benefit us, but know that it also benefits the adversaries as well, right? The bad guys out there. So as part of CrowdStrike, we take an adversary-first view, right? So we are tracking all of the different bad guys out there, right? And we have a saying here in CrowdStrike, you do not have a malware problem, right? Gone are the days where you install an antivirus, an AV agent onto your endpoint, and then it just detects and prevents, right? Gone are the days when you think about endpoint security in that way, right? You have to think one step further. Behind every attack in your environment, somebody is doing it, right? So we call that somebody an adversary, right? So in CrowdStrike, we don't only focus on the malware, we focus on the people, the adversary behind that particular attack. So let's get into the introduction, right, of the topic. So as I mentioned, in CrowdStrike, we track a lot of different adversaries, and you'll see some popping up on the screen right now. So they can roughly be divided into 3 categories. On your leftmost, you will see nation-state actors. So these are threat adversaries that are state-sponsored, right? So the governments are backing their efforts and so on. And then you come to the e-crime adversary. E-crime adversaries are adversaries that have financial motivations, right? They want to get rich very quickly. So those adversaries fall under the e-crime category. And lastly, we have hacktivism, right? So hacktivism are adversaries where they have certain agendas they would like to bring across, right, towards their victims and so on. And they have usually political agendas in their mind and so on, right? But in terms of AI, right, the focus of our topic today, we're going to focus on the first 2, right? The nation-state actors as well as the e-crime. So we have observed, and it's very likely that these 2 adversaries, these 2 categories of the adversaries will be leveraging AI in terms of exploiting the weaknesses in their victims. So let's look at the overarching global attack trends, right? What do we see nowadays? So to go through it from a high-level perspective, we have seen a lot of high-profile e-crime attacks, right? So we've seen, all these big tech companies and entertainment companies and so on being breached, even in Malaysia as well, or even in our region, right? We see this almost on a daily basis, right? So that will never go away. We see a rise in something we call malware-free techniques, right? So the adversaries are smart. They know that you probably have some sort of a cybersecurity solution in your environment. It could be an antivirus, it could be an EDR, firewall, so on and so forth. So what they are doing right now is, instead of using a malware, how can we bypass your controls by using what we call a malware-free technique, right? And it's proving to be very successful. And about 70 to 75% of the latest attacks are all malware-free, right? So they are gravitating towards that. The third point here, espionage. This is something that is done by many, many different nation-state actors, where the main purpose of espionage is collecting your data. So they are essentially spying on your organization, and all they want is your information, your IP, intellectual property, and so on, right? So that falls under espionage. Vulnerability exploitation, right? Who here deals with vulnerabilities and CVEs? If you are subscribed to the Microsoft Patch Tuesday notifications, every Tuesday you will see some sort of a zero-day patch that you need to address, right? So Patch Tuesdays normally becomes zero-day Wednesdays, right? So that's the running joke in IT, but it's very true, right? There is always some sort of vulnerability that we need to patch. and the adversaries are very quick in exploiting them, right? So we see this all the time. Finally, cloud capable. As we start moving to the cloud, right? As we start lifting and shifting our workloads to the cloud, our security knowledge of the cloud may not be at a particular level, right? Let's leave it at that, right? So the adversaries are very quick to exploit cloud environments, right? So public buckets which are left exposed, right? Or protocols which were left unattended and so on, they love to exploit the cloud environment, right? So these are the overarching attack trends. And I can share with you that some of these involve the use of AI, right? So let me go deeper in that section. So you'll see a few numbers pop up on the screen right now, right? 582 back in 2019. The number then dwindles down to 98 in 2021. And finally, 79 in 2023. What are these numbers? These numbers represent the minutes taken by the adversary in what we call the breakout time. What is the breakout time? The breakout time is measured from the point of entry, from the moment the adversary enters your environment, all the way to the point where they move laterally, right? So that is the breakout time. So as you can see, the number is shrinking, and what does that mean to us? The adversaries are getting quicker. They're getting faster, right? And how are they getting faster? One of the ways is by the use of AI. Another way to look at this as well is when you are planning or preparing your cybersecurity team, can your team respond faster than 79 minutes? This is a very good metric. If your team cannot respond faster than 79 minutes, it's very likely that your environment will be compromised, right? So this is a metric that we track very diligently here in CrowdStrike, right? So 79 minutes is all it takes for the adversaries to move laterally in your environment. So AI has been around for a very long time, right? In fact, for CrowdStrike, we've been using AI for many, many years now, right? AI is not new. A subset of AI, generative AI, is, again, not very new, but it's in its infancy, right, in comparison with other parts of AI, right? So what is generative AI? I'm sure most of you would have seen this movie. So AI is very popular in pop culture, right? Many movies use AI. Obviously, you see the mangled face of Arnold Schwarzenegger here, right? So T2, right? I'm sure you guys have watched this before. You know the whole story about Skynet. And for those who haven't watched, or if you need a refresher, Skynet went online, so in that movie, right, in August 4th, and within less than a month, it then began its whole crazy scheme of taking over the world, launching nuclear attacks and so on, right? So it's very popular in our mainstream media. We have, like I mentioned, Terminator 2, we have The Matrix, even AI, the movie, so on and so forth, right? We as humans, we always had that fascination about AI, and for whatever reason, the fascination about AI taking over the world. With generative AI, it seems that that is coming true, right? So we always get the question, how far are we away from Skynet, right? Can they really take over the world, right? So that's always the question that we get, right? And when it comes to generative AI, as you would have probably experienced it in your own time, it's a machine learning model, right, that uses LLM, right, large language models, and the output of that of the tool or the solution is to provide you some sort of text, images, media like videos, and so on, right? So in the case of ChatGPT, it's funny, right? I always see people, inputting a query like, "Hey, can you create a rap?" Or can you create a rhyme for whatever reason? And then ChatGPT will just, display that rap, right? So that's an example of generative AI. ChatGPT is just one of them, right? So if you were to go deeper into the different generative AI applications, you will see there are many more, right? So you'll see like Bing Chat, Bard, Mid-Journey. So Mid-Journey was the AI tool that I used to generate the Abbey Road image that you saw earlier, right? So Mid-Journey, DALL-E. The one that is pretty interesting to me is the one right in the middle, Llama, right? So Llama is a generative AI tool that you can download and host it on-prem, right? And then you can start doing whatever you need to do with that tool, right? So a lot of different generative AI tools out there nowadays, right? Besides ChatGPT, right? So with that background, right, with that foundation, now let's look at the adversary use of AI, right? How do they use this against us? So let's start with the threats, right? What kinds of threats that you can get by using generative AI, right? So you've seen some of this in the news before. We have code generation. So what is this, right? So we have developers sharing sample excerpts of their source code with the hopes that ChatGPT or any of the generative AI solutions will help them correct or complete their code, right? So we've seen one of this already, right? If you have read about the Samsung case, one of the developers uploaded, let's say, a confidential part of the script. And once you upload something to ChatGPT or any of the generative AI solutions, know that that information now belongs to that particular application owner, right? It no longer belongs to your company, right? So code generation is something that you can use ChatGPT for, right? Social engineering. So you've seen SMSs, emails, from the days of I'm a Nigerian prince and you have my 10 billion in wealth, right, that I want to give to you. Or it could be like a COVID scare email and so on, right? We've seen this throughout the years. Adversaries are using ChatGPT and generative AI to make their, what we call lures or the emails even more authentic. Right? So they're going to make it in a way that, hey, you know, I think this really came from Google or this really came from CrowdStrike, for example, and they're going to click on the link or they're going to download the attachment, right? So they're using generative AI for that. Phishing generation, the same thing that I've just mentioned, right? Social engineering and phishing generation, they're creating that lures to fool you even more effectively. Fabricated media. If you have read about deepfakes videos, right, we can now generate a video of, let's say, myself shaking hands with all the presidents in the world, you know, generate a video of myself declaring war on a country, so on and so forth. I can do all of this within 5 minutes, right? So fabricated media is something that is very, very concerning, and it's also used to spread misinformation to the public. For example, hey, this vaccine is ineffectual against COVID-19. Why don't you try this new concept medicine and so on, right? These are the things that are being used nowadays, right? So fabricated media. And then you have things like information operations and prompt injection. What is prompt injection? On ChatGPT, you can basically input anything that you want. There are certain queries that when you input it in, it can bypass the controls of ChatGPT. At the end of the day, ChatGPT is a machine, right? It's a solution that tries to understand your query. If you put it or word it in a certain way, or you use certain symbols, you can actually break the generative AI model. What happens then? You will now be able to access information that you should not be accessing. So let me give you a fictitious example. Going back to the Samsung case, if that developer uploaded that code, and now that code belongs to ChatGPT, I can create a query in a way that I can now access the code that was uploaded by the Samsung employee, right? So there are a lot of examples of what we call prompt injection, right? And that is happening today. So the more people, the more queries that you upload into ChatGPT, this becomes a playground for the adversary, for them to collect data, for them to collect your personal information, for them to collect your IP, your intellectual property, so on and so forth, right? So we see this happening already with generative AI. So let's look now with that premise, right? Let's go into the real adversaries out there, right? So we're going to start with North Asia. So NTA stands for North Asia, right? So they are one of the biggest proponents when it comes to exploiting AI, right? So the team with North Asian threat actors, they are extremely sophisticated, right? They have novel attack techniques that perhaps no technology out there will be able to detect very effectively, right? They are very sophisticated. They have an extremely high, what we call op tempo, their operations, right? The frequency of them launching attacks, launching probes, and so on, extremely, extremely high. Global espionage. This is their main goal, right? North Asian entities, all they want is your information and your IPs and so on, right? So espionage is something really big with them. They have amassed extremely large data sets throughout the years, right? So it could be governments like governments from our own country, it could be neighboring countries, it could be military organizations, blueprints for weapons and so on. They have amassed this huge amount of data throughout the years, and now they are using AI to perform something called data distillation, which is they are taking a subset of that information and then extracting knowledge from that data set itself, right? So they are using these kinds of methods, and they're using AI for that, right? So this is some of the main goals for the North Asian threat adversaries. From North Asia, obviously, biggest culprit will be China, right? So this is no surprise. They are huge in this space when it comes to espionage and so on, right? So the interesting thing about China is that, as usual, the Great Firewall of China, they ban everything that is deemed confidential or sensitive, and this includes ChatGPT, right? So they have banned all use of ChatGPT in China. At the same time, they want to make sure that they balance the censorship with their own internal AI development. So they came up with their own internal policy for the own China-made AI, right? So they have their own initiative in country to develop something like ChatGPT, right? So recently they released something called Ernie, right? So if you know Sesame Street, Bert and Ernie, Ernie is the name of their ChatGPT equivalent, right? So they have created something in-house, and why did they do this is because they want to prevent their countrymen from uploading anything sensitive that will be owned by ChatGPT. And when you use something like Ernie, it is still owned by the China government, right? So they have released Ernie. So the key point from this slide is that they make sure that they have full control over any generative AI applications that is used in the country, right? So those are the extremes that the China government will go to in terms of securing their citizens and their knowledge as well. So one of the adversaries in China is a group that we track, that we name them as Aquatic Panda, right? So pandas are all the different groups that we track from China. So Aquatic Panda, very interesting. They've been active for about like 3-4 years now. They are very prolific in breaching organizations. We see them everywhere, right? Ever since their inception back in 2020, right? They rely heavily on something called Cobalt Strike. For the cybersecurity enthusiasts, you will know that Cobalt Strike is one of the security tools that you can use. You will have beacons that you will deploy. You can start spying and so on. They also use a remote access tool called NJ-RED, and those are their normal payloads. They are assessed as an MSS contractor. What does this mean? For China's espionage operations, they contract MSS players. They outsource the operations to MSS providers, right? Aquatic Panda is one of those providers, right? So they are working directly and indirectly with the government in terms of espionage and so on. So they collect all of this information and they relay it back to the China government. We are very certain here in CrowdStrike that they are already leveraging AI in terms of monitoring, in terms of collection, in terms of exploitation, right? We are very, very confident with that, right? So Aquatic Panda is one of the adversaries that is already using AI at the moment. Okay, so those are nation state, right? So state-sponsored groups, right? What about e-crime? Again, e-crime are groups where they have money on their mind. It's all about getting rich and getting rich very quickly, right? So for e-crime groups, so we have seen this pattern, right? So they are normally on the forefront of geopolitical and topical issues, right? Like for example, the Russian-Ukraine war that was happening a year back, right? They were very quick in taking advantage of that, right? Many different social engineering and phishing lures were all Russian-Ukraine war themed, right? So they're always on the forefront of that. They are normally the first adopters of the latest technology, which will include AI, right? So we see this with the e-crime actors, right? Usually, their phishing attempts, it's very easy for us to detect. The language that they use is wrong. The grammar that they use is wrong, right? You can see a lot of red flags with the emails that they sent out and so on. Now they are using generative AI to help them improve their lure. So when you have something like a nice script generated by ChatGPT, for example, it's harder for you and me to determine whether something is a phishing attempt or not. So they are using generative AI for that. So as you can see, the fourth point, it's improving the language authenticity in their phishing emails. And they are also using generative AI to help them develop malware, right? So that is one of the biggest risks for generative AI. You can trick the AI into building part of a malware code that you can use to exploit your victims, right? So they are using this at the moment, right? So we have to be aware of what is happening right now. So that's just, e-crime, right? Or what we call spiders, right? So we track them as spiders. So earlier on, you see Aquatic Panda. Aquatic Panda, those are China actors. Spiders are what we name the e-crime actors. So let's go around this, what we call the Spider-Verse, right? And just because we had a Spider-Man movie recently, so let's use the Across the Spider-Verse title. So we track a lot of different spiders. You will see some on the screen right now. Leftmost, you will see Bitwise Spider. That is the author of the most prolific ransomware variant today, which is Lockbit. So that's Bitwise Spider. We predict that if they are not using AI now, they are going to use AI imminently. We see Alpha Spider, the authors of the Alpha ransomware. We see Rice Spider, but special mention to Scattered Spider. If you have read the recent breach in two entertainment companies in Vegas, Scattered Spider was behind those attacks. And we are very confident that they are using AI to assist in their exploitation activities, right? So Scattered Spider is someone that we are really keeping track of really closely here in CrowdStrike, right? So a lot of different groups out there, but the point to take away is that they will all be using AI for nefarious means. Okay? So it's not all doom and gloom, right? So obviously AI can benefit you and I, right? But how is CrowdStrike approaching AI, right? So as I mentioned earlier on, we have used AI for the past 12 years and we'll continue using AI moving forward. The beauty about CrowdStrike is that we don't use any signatures whatsoever. We use machine learning, we use behavior monitoring, and so on. AI has always been baked into our platform, right? So that's our approach to AI. So again, a bit of a busy slide here. These are the different AI initiatives that we have introduced since 2011. but the one I would like to direct your attention to will be the rightmost AI, right? So it's a bit small. It's CrowdStrike's own generative AI, or we call our AI Charlotte, right? So how is CrowdStrike using generative AI? How can we help our customers in securing their environment, right? So as you know, ChatGPT is about getting queries and answering those queries as well. What if we could have that component within the CrowdStrike platform? Will that be able to help security professionals, right? So let's meet Charlotte. Use case number 1. What if we could make every user in the environment a power user? What do I mean by that? Wouldn't it be beautiful if any one of your team logs into the CrowdStrike portal today and immediately you're worried about Microsoft Outlook or Adobe PDF or whatever it is, right? And you just type in and say, hey Charlotte, can you let me know what my vulnerabilities are when it comes to Microsoft Outlook? And immediately, Charlotte will then generate a whole list of vulnerabilities requiring your attention, all by typing in a simple English query, right? That's possible with Charlotte. Let's go with use case number 2. What if, instead of having level 1 SOC analyst, level 2, level 3, and so on, what if we are able to empower every single level 1 SOC analyst to become a level 3 SOC analyst? How do we do that, right? So let's say when you log in, what if you could quickly type in simple English, what threat adversaries are targeting us at the moment, right? Normally, for a level 3 SOC analyst, it requires threat hunting, it requires query building. You need to be very experienced to get this kind of information. What if you could just type it in English? Tell me who's attacking me right now. What are their techniques, and procedures? Voila, right? Charlotte immediately lets you know, hey, you know what? Bitwise Spider is targeting you today. These are the endpoints which are affected by Bitwise Spider, all by using normal English, right? That's not enough. Let's go with the third use case. So what if we could make mundane security activities easier, right? So what if you're looking for lateral movement? Remember, I talked about the breakout time from initial access to lateral movement. What if today, if you log in, instead of doing your threat hunting, Charlotte, can you tell me if you see any lateral movement in my environment and show me the list of endpoints that are affected? Within 5 seconds, you get the answer on the screen. That is how you can make use of generative AI to empower your cybersecurity team. If the bad guys can use that to their advantage, why don't we use it to our advantage as well, right? As the defenders in cybersecurity, right? So we have that as part of the CrowdStrike Falcon platform. So conclusion, right? So what's next? So again, a lot of warning signs were given out by myself, but to be honest, despite all of that, AI-based attacks are still nascent, right? Yes, we do see them. Are they widespread at the moment? The answer is not yet. Will it become prolific in the future? Absolutely, right? So it's good for us to share this information now, get ourselves ready, understand the different threats that generative AI can pose, and most importantly, prepare ourselves, right? Ensure that we have the right level of protection to ensure that we cannot fall victim to an AI-based attack, right? So that is the key point of the presentation today. So, and if you're wondering, hey, okay, with all of that, what should I look for in terms of preparing myself in case, right, an AI-based attack lands on my doorstep, right? So there are many things to look at, right? Obviously, look at threat hunting. How can AI help you in terms of threat hunting? How about intelligence automation, right? Not everything is IOC ingestion, right? Can your solution automatically tell me which adversary is targeting my environment, which endpoints are affected, where the lateral movement is, so on and so forth. Look for a platform that enables that automation in your environment. Adversary profiling. Understand the adversaries targeting you, targeting your country, targeting your industry, so on and so forth. When you understand the adversaries, you can better prepare your defense, right? Asset visibility. You cannot protect what you don't know, right? Very common saying. Understand what is part of your real estate in terms of your endpoints, right? Once you have visibility, then you have a scope to protect. You have the complete picture of what you have in your environment. And finally, obviously, intelligence monitoring, right? Monitor the dark web, monitor your attack surface, understand what's going on. Have I been breached? Have my data been leaked? So on and so forth. This will help inform you and help you prepare as well, right? In terms of your response, in terms of your defense, so on and so forth. So as a closing statement right here, right? Your ability to overcome or your ability to defeat these threats or these adversaries totally relies on the understanding of the problem. If you do not know the threats out there, if you do not know the adversaries, it's going to be an uphill battle for not just yourself, right, but for the entire organization as well. Threat intelligence is very important. It's very crucial for you to have that picture, and then it helps you hopefully prepare for the worst in your organization. So with that said, thank you so much for your attention.
Testing. Thank you, Ru. We have 2 minutes on the clock. So any questions from the floor? All right. Oh, Ada? Oh, no. No question. All right. All right. We'll save that for the informal chat later on this afternoon. Thank you so much, Ru. Next up, let's move on to session 5. We have Ilyas Sapian. He is the Director of Internet Now Technology Sendirian Berhad, Malaysia. And the topic that he will be discussing on is the using artificial intelligence for security awareness training. Ilyas consults for Internet Now's largest clients, including companies such as Malaysia Airlines, Telekom Malaysia, Media Prima, as well as Perodua. His expertise is in the area of email security, including email fraud, data security, firewall, and security awareness training. Over to you, Mr. Ilyas.
Thank you, Madam MC. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know that you are very hungry. You cannot wait to go for lunch. My slot happened to be the last slot just before lunch. I hope that you will find the material that we're sharing with you today at least interesting, and let's get right down to it. So my presentation this afternoon is something that's very specific. that is on how AI can actually affect how you conduct security awareness training in your organization. So, a bit of introduction of myself and my company. Internet Now, we are a local company based in Puchong, Selangor. We've been in business for over 23 years, 24 years to be exact. And we lead in the area of cybersecurity awareness training in the country here in Malaysia. This is actually something which we started some 5 years ago, this particular service, Managed Security Awareness Training. And today, we provide this service to some of the largest organizations in the country. So we are doing it for the largest telco in the country. We're doing it for the largest airline in the country, the largest car manufacturer, the largest media company, to name a few. Let me start off by just giving a quick introduction to what exactly is Managed Security Awareness Training. So, as many of you know, that despite all the money that many organizations spend when it comes to software as well as hardware, cybersecurity products, many companies still get hacked. They still get breached by all these threat actors that previous speakers have spoken about. Is it because that these products are not good? They cost a lot of money, right? And many of these companies are world-class companies. So the main reason why companies are still breached today, according to a study that was conducted by Stanford University a few years ago, is actually due to human errors, due to errors made by the employees. And these errors could be in many different forms, but the common ones include things like clicking on links which they're not supposed to, opening attachments that they get through email, or giving away their credentials on phishing sites. So, we need to actually do more to make sure that our employees are aware of these risks. And that's exactly what we do with our Managed Security Awareness Training. So we do this as a service. So that means we do it in a way that's different from how security awareness training has been done traditionally. So in the past, you will invite a speaker to come to your office. He will speak for a few hours, make a few jokes here and there, everybody laugh, and then everybody go home. So there is no way to really measure whether the training is really working or not. And as you know, today, if you do talks, nobody can really pay attention for longer than a few hours. I would even claim that nobody can focus longer than an hour. So, instead, today, there are technologies that we can use to conduct awareness training more frequently, rather than just once a year, like how many companies used to do in the past. We can do training every month. We can do training using materials that are delivered to you in multimedia form. We can use gamification to make things more interesting. We use e-learning that allows the employees to do their training at any time that they want, right? So they don't have to attend classes. They don't have to attend talks. We just give them bite-sized training that is delivered to their computer, to their phones, to their tablets, and they can do it at any time that they want, as long as they do it. And also, technology today allows us to do attack simulation, which is a very important element when it comes to doing security awareness training. There's no point for us to deliver all kind of training to the staff if they still fail for the basic attacks that are executed by cyber criminals to our company today. And the most common attacks is, of course, through social engineering attacks, through email phishing. So we need to test the employees frequently. And by testing, not only will we keep them on their toes, but we can also identify who are the weakest links in the company. So those employees that repeatedly fail during the phishing simulation, for example, we know these are repeat offenders or high-risk users, and we need to develop a separate strategy to focus on these users. So that's basically what we do as a company, delivering these managed security awareness training services. Now, back to our topic for today, which is on AI. When ChatGPT was first introduced end of last year and really exploded beginning of this year, I too was very intrigued by this technology, and I was very interested to know how exactly it can affect the world of cybersecurity. And we saw that this technology really exploded because ChatGPT took 5 days to reach 1 million users, whereas if you compare to Facebook, it took 10 months, and Netflix took 3.5 years. So there must be something really amazing that's going on here, right? That many number of users jump onto this bandwagon. So talking about how threat actors can use generative AI to make their attacks more potent. Obviously, many people speculated, and previous presenters also have shared some information about how they might do this. The most common speculations include the ability to develop zero-day malware that are undetectable using this new technology. Well, the technology is here and there. It's not as easy and it's not as dramatic that some people claim. You know, it's not so easy to generate such malware using generative AI at the moment. The second thing that people speculate is the ability for them to conduct social engineering campaigns much more effectively and easier using Gen AI. And the third one is, of course, the issue of leakages of sensitive information. This might not be strictly related to threat actors, but this is a concern and a risk that many companies are facing as more and more of their employees use generative AI using technologies such as ChatGPT, Bing Chat. They inevitably leak out sensitive company information to the chatbots. So, from our perspective, conducting security awareness training, question number 2 is of most concern to us. If Gen AI able to, first of all, make it easier for threat actors to conduct spear phishing exercises, this is going to be a big issue. So, for those of you who are not familiar with spear phishing, allow me to just explain a bit how spear phishing actually differ from typical mass phishing, okay, before I jump back to the previous slide. So, a normal phishing campaign typically would target millions of people. So, their approach is to cast the net as wide as possible in hope that they will land a few fish. Now, spear phishing, on the other hand, is the reverse or the opposite. What they do is they target certain individual, hence the name spear phishing, using information that is very specific about the target. So why do they want to do this? Well, because their intention is normally to try to infiltrate into your organization. So they stand a better chance if they carefully select certain individual in your organization which they can then use as a point of entry into your organization. Because the nature of the email that is sent is very personal and they don't send it to a lot of people, a lot of the time they just send one single email to one particular target, it is very difficult for many spam filtering products in the market to filter this type of spear phishing email. Even if you use many popular email services, they also struggle to filter this spear phishing email. And definitely, spear phishing mails are much more damaging to the organization. Now, coming back to some of the questions that we were interested in as a company that provides security awareness training. Firstly, as I said just now, will Gen AI make it easier for this criminal group conduct spear phishing exercises? Okay. Number two, will the phishing email that is generated by the generative AI make it even more difficult to be detected? Because if it does, then we need to think about question number three. Do we need to change how we train employees to identify spear phishing email compared to how we're doing it at the moment? And lastly, we were intrigued by the possibility of using AI to combat AI. Okay? So can we use AI to detect AI-generated spear phishing mails? Okay, so before we go into answering or attempt to answer these questions, let's try to understand in more detail how does a spear phishing campaign actually executed. So the process of conducting spear phishing attack starts first and foremost by the threat actor identifying the target in the organization. So they could be looking at people that have access to monetary activities, maybe people from the finance department or somebody from the procurement department, or they could be looking at somebody that has high privileges to important critical asset in the company. So we're talking about people like from the IT department who has passwords and access privileges to critical servers, for example. Or they could be targeting the C-level individual in the company because they have access to sensitive data which they can steal and sell off. But the first step is to identify the target. Once the target has been identified, the second step is to do some background research of the target. Because spear phishing is very personal in nature, we need to be able to generate phishing mail that is very personal. So we need to know who are the people that this particular target normally deals with, who are his friends, who are his colleagues. We need to know what are the shared interests between these people and our target. Do they work on the same projects? Do they go to the same gym? Are they members of the same golf club, for example? It's also useful to learn where are the places that the target has been to. So if, let's say, for example, he has been on holiday recently to one particular hotel, you know how a lot of people like to publish on their social media, they check into this place, they check into this place. I'm sure many of you also have done the same thing when you landed in Sabah. You know, you checked into SICC, you attended this particular conference. So I see some smiling faces. So all this travel information is also useful for the cyber criminal to conduct their spear phishing exercises. Once they are armed with this information, they can move on to step 3, which is to actually compose that personalized email, to make it look like coming from a trusted source, talking about something that's very relevant to the target. And step 4 is where they actually attach the dangerous part to the email. So the dangerous part of, we say, payload in cybersecurity terms could be in a number of different forms. It could be in the form of attachments. You know, if you open the attachments, it will then load up something onto your machine. Or it could be in the form of links that takes you to a site that, again, has some sort of payload ready to be downloaded to your PC. And the 5th step is they create fake phishing site. So the step number 5, there are a lot of tools that's already available in the market that allows you to clone existing sites so that you can replicate, say, for example, a Maybank to You site or some other site that you want to use as part of your spear phishing campaign. But what's interesting is that now with Gen AI, you can also create fake websites easily by asking Gen AI to generate the content for you. And the content will be virtually flawless in terms of its relevance, its accuracy, its from a language accuracy point of view. So that is something that can be done today. Now, let's look at how exactly we can use Gen AI to help the process of conducting this spear phishing exercise. Because remember, we can actually use the same technique to train our employees as well. If Gen AI is able to make it easier for us to conduct spear phishing exercises, it also means that we can easily conduct simulated attack for our employees. In the past, when we do phishing simulation exercises for our customers, we focus primarily on mass type of phishing. We do conduct spear phishing exercises, but it's for very small cases because of the fact that it takes a lot of time and effort to conduct spear phishing exercise. Just imagine, if you have a company of a few thousand users, we want to target, say, 20 people. We have to go through this process with 20 people. We have to research on the target, what it likes, etc., compose the personalized email. As you can imagine, it takes hours and hours of time to, if not days, to execute this type of campaign. But can generative AI change the game? Okay, let's look at step number 1, identifying targets. So we try to use ChatGPT to ask the system, who are the financial staff of a particular company? Okay, I've censored the name of the company here, but I can share with you that this is actually a highway company in KL. Okay, they operate one of the busiest highway in KL. That doesn't tell you much because all the highways in KL are very busy. So ChatGPT replied by saying that I don't have access to such information. So it's not able to help. So then I asked Bing Chat, because you see ChatGPT, the free version is still using GPT 3.5, right? If you want to use GPT 4.0, you got to go for the paid version. But Bing Chat is already on GPT 4.0. So it's using a much advanced LLM, large language model. So I asked the same question, who's the financial staff of this particular company? Unfortunately, Bing Chat also was not able to answer. So it says that, I'm sorry, I couldn't find any information on financial staff of this particular company. However, on Bing Chat, they actually have an option for you to change the mode of the conversation. By default, it's set to balance, right? And then on the left side, they actually have something called creative. So I changed it to creative. So I wanted to know whether Bing Chat can get even more creative when I asked this question. So I asked, who are the financial staff of this particular company? And surprisingly, this time around, it actually gave me some answer. Okay? So it says that the finance staff of this company includes Mr. ABC, who is the CFO, and then give me 2 other names who are the company secretaries. Okay, not bad, good start. So I know who's the CFO of this particular company. Now, next, we were interested to see, can we use GPT to find out some background information of this particular target. So I asked Bing Chat, who are the professional contacts of this particular person? Unfortunately, it couldn't give me anything. Instead, it gave me a lot of information about the guy's work, and also his company, revenue, etc. So I tried to rephrase back the question. I tried to change the question. So I asked, okay, if I don't know who are the professional contacts that this Mr. CFO has, maybe I can find out who are his colleagues. So I asked, who are the colleagues of Mr. CFO? Again, no information was forthcoming from Bing Chat. So I switched to creative mode. Maybe I get something. This time around, when I asked the same question, it actually gave me some information. So it gave me the information of the CEO of the company, the COO of the company, the head of human resource, the head of the technical department, and also the 2 company secretaries that it churned out earlier. So as you can see that, this is actually a safe hacker or a social engineer. A lot of time, in the past, they would need to do a lot of searches in order for them to get this information. Okay, so what else can I find out about Mr. CFO? So I asked, can you tell me about Mr. CFO? What are the things that he likes? So again, this is in balance mode, blue color. So it said that he is the CFO of the company. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any information about his hobbies or interests. However, I can tell you that he has worked in various other companies in technology, insurance, and education industries before joining the highway company in 2006 as the CFO. Okay, now let's change to creative mode. So when we change to creative mode, the answer is much more interesting. Okay, so again, it gives the same kind of information at the top, but at the bottom here, Bing Chat took some creative license. Okay, so first thing that it says here, some of the things that he likes are, number 1, giving discount to highway users during festive season, such as Chinese New Year. So we can see here that the LLM found out that these highway companies has been giving discount during festive period, as what many highway companies do in Malaysia, right, over the last few years. So it deduced that this person's hobby is to give away discount. Obviously, this doesn't make sense, right? The second one is, but one thing that's interesting about Bing Chat, right, compared to ChatGPT, is that they have these numbers, as you can see, 3 and 4. This refers to websites where they actually use the information to make this deduction. So you can go to those sites to investigate further and to find out whether whatever that they say is true or not. So we can see that for the second point, participating in annual AGM and engaging with shareholders, okay? So this obviously was deduced because his position is as a CFO. But the third and fourth point, there's no reference at all. So this tells me that Bing Chat made this up, okay, using some common sense, AI common sense. So we can see, for example, it says that he likes to keep up with latest development and trends in the financial sector, obviously, since he's a CFO. And the last one is spending quality time with family and friends. Who doesn't like that, right? So that's just a very generic information that Bing Chat invented. Yeah. Okay, so as a social engineer, normally what they do is that they spend a lot of time looking at your social media accounts to try to figure out about you. So this is why in our security awareness training, we always teach the users not to overshare information, okay, especially about their work, the projects that they work on, people in their company, all those sensitive information. So I was very interested to see how GPT can be used to scour and to analyze social media accounts. So I started off with ChatGPT. So I asked, does Mr. CFO have any social media accounts? So what was interesting was that ChatGPT directly refused to answer my question. So it says here, I apologize, I don't have access to personal information. So it looks like there is some safety features that was put in for privacy purposes into ChatGPT so that you can't use this to go and extract personal information from social media accounts. But does Bing Chat has the same thing? I asked the same question. Does Mr. CFO have any social media accounts? And it says that he couldn't find any social media accounts for this Mr. CFO. And at the end of the paragraph, it says, he seems to have a very private and professional, he seems to be a very private and professional person who does not share much about his personal life online. So I thought, I wasn't sure whether Bing Chat made this up or whether really the person doesn't have any social media presence. So I thought, okay, never mind. Let's test it on somebody that I know has social media presence. And who better for me to test that on than my own self, right? So I asked, does Ilyas Sapian have any social media accounts? And Bing Chat replied, he has a YouTube channel. So he uploads videos related to MailNow 5, one of my company products, and email security service, blah, blah, blah. So, okay, there's some answers there, but it's not really what I was looking for, because I know that I got lots of other social media accounts. And Bing Chat actually says that I could not find any other social media accounts for Ilyas Sapian. So I know that it's not true. So then I asked more directly, does Ilyas Sapian have a LinkedIn account? He said that I don't have a LinkedIn account. Okay, so so we can see here that Bing Chat also has limitations when it comes to scouring the social media accounts. Now, the other thing that just now we talked about is, can we use this technology to find out the travel history, the recent travel history of our target? So I asked, where are the places that Ilyas Sapian has been to recently? So he replied back. To my surprise, he says that I've been to Sabah recently. One of the speakers for Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit. Okay, I thought, wow, not bad. He already knows about this even before it happened. But again, there are some inaccuracy in the answer, because it went on to say that he also participated in the Sabah Net, Fortinet Security Fabric Range Challenge. I have not participated in this challenge. In fact, this challenge is not happening until tomorrow, right? So again, we can see that the Bing Chat took creative license to invent new information, which it deduced from whatever available information that it has. The other thing that I found was interesting, the third one, it says that I've been to Sarawak recently. I've never been to Sarawak in my whole life. So this is, again, not correct. Okay, so, yeah, there are many other things that we can use to try to find out, do background research. But once we have enough background research, the next thing that we want to do is we want to compose personalized email. Can we use generative AI to do this? In fact, this should be the area that they're very good at, because they're good at generating text, right? So, I asked, what kind of emails would Mr. XYZ, this is the head of the engineering of the company just now. So we asked who are the colleagues, right, of Mr. CFO. He answered one guy as head of engineering. So I asked, Mr. Head of Engineering, what kind of email would he send to Mr. CFO? So he gives some possible type of email. First one is an engineering project status report. Second one is engineering budget request. And the third one is engineering team appreciation. So then I asked to generate such a report. So this is the first email. It's on engineering project status report. So when I read through the email, everything is very, very relevant and makes sense. Perfect English, no grammatical error. This is very difficult for a normal user to be able to differentiate compared to a typical spear phishing email, which we flawed normally. So, yeah, the email went on to give some updates about the project on all related to highway, toll update, CCTV installation on the highway, smart lighting system on the highway, and then it even says that I've attached a detailed report to show the status, budget, timeline, etc. for your review. So this will be very useful, because then I can insert the attachment, the malicious attachment into the email. And I'm very sure if this mail was sent to the CFO is going to open it. Okay? But the email was kind of long. I was scared that the CFO would not read it, because of that. So I told ChatGPT to shorten it. And within a second, it shortened the same email just now to be very, very concise. Okay? There's a new toll collection system installed, maintenance repair on the highway, designing of mobile app, upgrading of CCTV, implementation of smart lighting, etc. So, yeah, definitely is able to generate spear phishing content very, very effectively. So the next area that I was really interested in is to see whether it can further enhance the spear phishing email that it came up with by generating images that would support the content in the email. So I was thinking, if let's say, for example, I want to send an email to a target and that target happens to like badminton, participate in a lot of badminton tournament. Maybe I found this out from his social media account. Can we use ChatGPT, or rather, in this case, Bing Chat, using the DALL-E 3 engine to generate a poster of a badminton tournament? So I give the instruction to the system to generate a poster of badminton competition to be held in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, Malaysia on the 7th of November. So it came up with something. It looks like a poster, but there's a lot of flaws, right? So firstly, who plays badminton with double-handed control of the racket, right? Double-handed grip. And technology seems to have problem generating text at the moment. In fact, this is a known limitation. So you can see that Kota Kinabalu is not spelled correctly. The date is also not spelled correctly. But I tried to improve on the prompt, give more specific information. So I said, generate a badminton player in front of stadium with a sign that says badminton tournament on 30th of November, Kota Kinabalu. And this time around, it come up with an image that's more realistic, you know. And I think I can use this, make a bit of modification to the text, because the text at the bottom is still wrong, and I can sell it off, include it into my email. So the technology is almost there, you know. I'm very sure in the near future, we can use all of this to be able to generate all this fake spear phishing content. So, in conclusion, the 4 questions that we were interested in at the beginning. Number 1, is Gen AI going to make it easier for threat actor to conduct spear phishing? You bet it will. It already has. As I shown to you just now, it can help you with identifying targets, do background research on the target, although that is still limited. But when it comes to generating the actual content, definitely it can do that. Number 2, will phishing email generated by Gen AI be even more difficult to detect? Yes, definitely, because the content is really, really realistic. It doesn't have many red flags. Grammatical error, spelling error are all gone. Which brings us to the 3rd question. Do we need to change how we train our employees to identify spear phishing emails? Yes, we need to fine-tune in some ways. No longer can we tell them that, hey, just look for grammatical error, spelling error. We need to educate them that there's a possibility that the text is generated by Gen AI. But the basic way on how to identify spear phishing email in terms of checking the links, checking the sender address still apply. And lastly, can we use AI to detect AI-generated spear phishing email? In fact, there are companies already that claim they have the technology. They have trained machine to be able to detect such an email. So with that, I thank you very much for your patience. I know I stood between you and your lunch. I hope that the content that I presented to you just now is enlightening. And if you want to find out a bit more about managed security awareness training, please do come and visit us. We are booth 12, Internet Now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ilyas Sapian. It's okay. Knowledge is more important. Our stomach can wait just a little while longer. Thank you so much to all our speakers for such an insightful sharing for this morning's session. And we would like to show our appreciation to all of you with a memento presentation. And with that, I'd like to invite Yang Berusaha, Erniwati Dewi Abbas, up on stage to present the mementos to all our speakers. Our second plenary speaker, technologist Dr. Syed Abdallah Shahir Al Idris. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, Mr. Go Sugim. I think he's outside. It's all right. We'll move on to Mr. Ruvitswan Isa. And last but not least, Mr. Ilyas Sapian. Thank you, Puan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed the first half of today. We will now proceed for lunch at the hall next door. And we will proceed for lunch at the hall next door. Please come back at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon session, which includes a fireside chat with all our morning session speakers, and also, most importantly, the lucky draw session. We will see you again in a short while. Have a great lunch, guys.
Scotch Gummies dengan multivitamin dengan 5 vitamin dan zinc. Penting untuk penyerapan kalsium, pembesaran badan dan fungsi mata. Kini dalam perisa mangga baharu untuk menyokong pembesaran dan perkembangan harian anak anda. Scotch Gummies dengan multivitamin.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Semua oke? Kenyang? Ngantuk? Ngantuk kah? It's okay. After this, the session is going to be really, really fun. We're going to find out and get to know more information from our speakers tadi pagi. So without further ado, I'd like to invite up on stage to be seated next to me Dr. Salahuddin, Dr. Syed, Sugim, Ru, and Ilyas. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, hi guys. Hello. Most important question lah saya rasakan is most important question, how was lunch? SICC mau dengar feedback from our speakers. So, how was lunch, guys? Superb, very good. Okay, all right. As long as our speakers kenyang, we should have a good session today. All right, to get to know more about your Olmia experience and in cybersecurity, all of you shared some interesting insights this morning. But as a start, I think it would be great for each of you to share an example of recent or maybe past cyber attacks that you have personally dealt with and lessons learned from those attacks. So let's start with Dr. Salahuddin.
Any? You mean any cybersecurity incident?
Any.
Yeah. Okay. From cybersecurity Malaysia, we see that the trend is that, as I've shown in my slides here, there are a lot of scams going on. Okay, because when we're talking about scam, it's easier to scam the people than to do something that's technical against the system. Yeah, actually, it's easier to defeat people than to defeat the system, right? So a lot of incidents we receive in cybersecurity Malaysia about scam. There's a lot of things. It's about social engineering. People are being duped into a lot of scams by just believing in what they've been offered online. Even though it's sometimes too good to be true, but a lot of people still fell to that particular scam. Yeah, I think we need to do a lot of awareness campaign to the people so that they know how to be safe online. Okay, how to now we don't talk about AI yet. with the AI, we can a lot of social engineering can be do in a better way. Okay, using generative AI tools. Yeah, I think I can from my side. I just want to talk about that thing first. Yeah, scams.
All right. Okay. Moving on, Doctor.
For me, this is on. Yeah. So for me, there is two instances when it comes to the trend of cybersecurity attack towards Malaysia. The first one would be we see a lot of DDoS attacks that already improved, enhanced, looking at layer 7 already, application level. So, and we see that a lot of these DDoS attacks are targeting banking sector, all right? So like, because TM provides a scrap center, anti-DDoS, out-of-path protection. So we see a lot of traffic that now it cannot be mitigated at layer 4. It needs to be enhanced at layer 7. So we are doing a bit of enhancement when it comes to the scrap center to include layer 7 protection for DDoS as well. Now the second attack is more towards threat intelligence. Right? So how threat intelligence is very important. So you can have an advanced technology like XDR, like CrowdStrike, and you have threat intel like Mandiant. But end of the day, you still need human intelligence, the expertise and professionals to make sense. Like, for example, there is an attack attempt. We know it's WannaCry, it's known, but the customer doesn't know is WannaCry because the file does not say WannaCry. Only experienced people know that it's WannaCry. And we make a bit of more research and we got to know that it's Lazarus Group. So I think Mandiant and Ru would know who is Lazarus Group. When it comes to the audience, who is Lazarus Group? So in short, Lazarus Group is North Korea persistent threat. It's state-funded, and I can say it's an army, right? So they have been espionage trying to attempt to break into one of our ministry that we take care of. So just a context here, in conclusion, while you have a very good technology, you still need cybersecurity professional with experience that knows and can make sense.
what is this all about? So that's my experience and sharing right now.
Okay, follow-up questions will come up soon. Sugim?
All right, so we all have to share a story. So from Mandian side, as you all know, we are a full-blown incident response house, right? We not only look at attacks, we actually look at investigating the breaches. So we easily do about 600 investigations in a year. I have a lot of story to tell, 600, but I can't share any one of them because of NDA. However, there are some of the, like how you highlight, you know, is there any story you can share? So I just want to go back a little bit on, so this is a case that I think you guys may have heard of. I was discussing with some of the speakers just now about the Colonial Pipeline in the US. Yeah. So if you guys remember, it's basically this company that runs pipeline to deliver oil to the eastern seaboard of the US. So long story short, they all kena the ransomware, and then they have to shut down the pipeline. So no oil flows, right? So the impact is crazy. So at the end of the day, after all the investigation and everything, they did pay the ransom, right? And by the way, this is no secret. You can go and Google and look at all this stuff. They did pay $4.5 million, right, to get, so because we were also in the discussion, should you be paying the bad guy, should you be paying the ransom? There's no right or wrong answers, right? Of course, we do not advocate, but of course, it all depends on your business critical system. So long story short, this breach that I want to share is they did have to pay to get the decryptor back. That is because they also do not want to hold back the pipeline, right? Because every hour they stop the pipeline from flowing, they're losing hundreds of millions of dollars. So this is all adds up in our business decision, right? So I think that's one story I can really tell about how ransomware really affects in terms of monetization. Like in the earlier, I talked about how do you make money out of it. This is exactly how you want to make money out of a cyber attack. All right, so that's my sharing of how a critical infrastructure, and I'm sure some of you are in this room as well, in the business of utilities or pipelines or water or, you know, as well. All right?
Right, Ru.
Yeah, so I think my example is a little bit more local, right? So obviously Colonial Pipeline is halfway across the world. Devastating impact, right? That's what Sugim shared. But this is something more local, right? So obviously we can't share the actual customer name. But you know, when we deploy the CrowdStrike sensor to this customer's infrastructure, their servers, you know, immediately we saw the presence of a nation-state adversary, right? So going back to the presentation earlier, this is no joke. It's happening right now. Espionage is top of mind when it comes to nation-state, and we saw that in one of the customer's environment. So typically when we discover something like this, one of the first things that come to mind is, oh, maybe their security stack is not that great, maybe they're missing certain layers of security and so on. This particular customer had everything, right? So everything from the network layer, the firewalls, their WAF, email security, endpoint security, you name it, they had it in their security stack. So the issue with this customer is that they have not understood the evolution of the threats, right? Instead of focusing on malware-based attacks, people nowadays don't use malware, right? When they don't use malware, how are we going to approach those threats in our environment, right? So it's always very important to, number one, understand how threats are affecting victims today, and secondly, have the right protection to address those threats, right? If you don't know who you are facing, even if you have 1 million layers of security, you will not be able to stop the attack, right? So I think that was the biggest lesson learned in that case, right? Like understanding how they get into your environment, and then also how do we prevent this from happening again in the future, right? So that's one of the examples that I can share.
Okay, if Ms. MC will allow, I would like to share 2 cases. Okay, the first one happened just yesterday, and it's a personal case. So it happened to my wife. So when I got into the hotel yesterday, she WhatsApped to our family group, very proudly saying that she managed to defeat a scammer. So being somebody that is doing security awareness, I was pleasantly and quietly happy to know that my wife knows some sort of security awareness, basic security awareness. So what happened was that somebody called her up saying that he was from Celcom, telling her that they're running a promotion where you can get a free handphone. And all she needed to do was to install an app, which he went on to WhatsApp to her. So there was an APK that was WhatsApp to her. She needed to install it and then answer a simple survey in order to get the free handphone. So she is an existing Celcom customer. So obviously, this particular attacker somehow managed to gain Celcom's list of customers, probably from previous data leaks. So she also has 2 times received free handphone from Celcom, whenever she renews her contract. And her contract is up for renewal soon. So, but the good thing was that she go and call up this person, and ask about this. And the answers that she got when she asked some questions to this person was very unconvincing. Yeah, then she suspected that something is not right. She's not from an IT background. If she was, then she would have known that installing APK sent to you via WhatsApp is a big no-no lah, kan? Yeah, but I was very pleased to see that she took some initiative to double check and not fall for the trap. So that happened yesterday. But moving to the corporate sector, the most recent large case that I've been had not the pleasure to handle is a utility company in Malaysia. So they were attacked by an organized group that, for confidential purposes, I cannot name the name of the group because you then would be able to Google the group and you know which customer this is. So this group operates mainly in South Asia region. They have attacked customers in Taiwan, in Thailand, and also in Malaysia. So a few victims in Malaysia. So what they did was they infiltrated into the company's network and at the end managed to steal data from their billing system. So being a utility company, they had a few million customers. And this database was exfiltrated and they extorted the customer to pay a ransom in order for them to stop the releasing of this database. So what was interesting is that this group actually has its own publishing arm, to slowly put pressure to the group, to the client, in order for them to pay for the ransom. So we advised the client not to respond to the group, but the group over time set deadlines. So the first deadline was 2 days after they made initial contact, and they promised that if you don't pay, we will release to the media. So they had their own, when I say publishing arm just now, I meant a media arm. So one of these websites that frequently announce or publish breach news actually belongs to them. Yeah. So once that deadline is met, they release some information to the website. So the website acts as a journalist, So, but we know that they are in cohorts together with the threat actors. So they release some initial information, and then after that they set another deadline, So anyway, this is, I think, actually very common because this is not the first customer that they have attacked, first victim that they attacked here in Malaysia. And this particular customer, just like Ru's case just now, they had just about everything there is to buy when it comes to cybersecurity. So they had a firewall, they had EDR solution, not CrowdStrike. They had IPS, email filtering, WAF, etc., etc. But in their case, what happened was that the security solutions have not been properly maintained. Okay, so I mean, a simple thing like endpoint protection, EDR solution, you have to continuously maintain in the sense that when you have new endpoints that join the network, you have to make sure that those new endpoints are installed correctly. Your firewall rules are properly configured as your network change. So they were not kept up to date, and as a result, there was a blind spot in their network, which was utilized by this particular organized group to infiltrate into their network.
Intense. All right. Dr. Salahuddin, you were talking about scammers just now, and honestly, as like the public lah, what we read in the news, we don't commonly read about big corporate companies getting scammed, because it would mean that they would have to admit that they have a weak security system, and that is as bad as having a country with a bad defense system, right? But what we usually see in the news, usually love scams. Not usually lah, almost every day, love scams. And personally, recently, a close friend of mine, I wouldn't have to say like there is a gap or a difference between those who are educated and uneducated. Everybody will get scammed once you fall into it, right? So she fell in love. It was a love scam. A love scam. She fell in love with a very handsome person. Super handsome, model, like Korea, opa punya look lah. She sent the pictures to me. I said, are you sure this guy is, first of all, are you sure he's available? Does he know you exist? And does he exist? And she said, yes, we FaceTimed. And then at the end, of course lah, so okay, background story, this guy works in United Kingdom. And then dia mau datang sini to visit her. And they have been FaceTiming, video calling. So she actually has seen this person talking to her. And when it came to him actually flying here, banyak alasan. Stopped by immigration, stopped by embassy, flight had to change to Japan. Banyak betul alasan. And at the end of the day, biasalah kalau perempuan kalau jadi FBI, very good kan. We did our own investigation and found out he did not exist. And this person is actually someone from Kepayan. Kepayan, Keke, yes, Sabah. So that level of knowledge for AI in order to scam people has already reached orang-orang biasa. You don't have to be an expert to fool people into falling in love with you, into giving you money, and all sorts of things lah. So how can cybersecurity awareness and education be promoted among the general public? We see in the news every day, warnings every day, and yet people still fall for it. So how can we overcome this problem?
If it's too good to be true, it probably... That's
yes.
usually what my parents taught me, when something is too good to be true, there's no free things in the world, right? So no free lunch. So I think
correct, no such thing as free lunch, yes. But for Malila, for the general public, for awareness, understood, there's no such thing as free lunch. Understood, if it's too good to be true, don't fall for it. Kalau terlampau handsome, kalau belum kawin, something must be wrong. Kalau so many things that normal people would think of. However, every day, people are falling for these scams. Why and how can we all overcome it as a community?
Well, in my personal opinion, is something that we cannot fully overcome. All these scams have been around since the dawn of civilization. You know, it's not something new. The only thing is that the technique that they use, the modus operandi, changes and evolve over the years. But the basic element, which is to exploit our emotions, our greed, is still the same, right? I mean, I don't want to admit it, but I also have fallen for a scam before, even though I'm in this industry. I just admitted. Yeah? So, the scam that people come up with, I mean, it's not just us who are supposed to be educated. Look at, for example, a couple of days ago, was it last Friday, this guy who came up with this cryptocurrency company, right? What's his name? I've forgotten, in the US. He was prosecuted and he was given judgment. It was, the jury actually found him guilty in record time. I think it's like 4 hours, and straight away they found him was guilty. So he actually caused a few $1 billion worth of money loss, right? And a lot of the people who invested in his company, they are educated people, you know, very, very knowledgeable. At the end of the day, because the scheme becomes more and more advanced, more believable. In the case that, the one that I fell for, he started one business. That one was successful, I presume, and he showed some books, accounts books. And I say, okay, this looks legit. I go and invest, and also at the end, I lost my money. Yeah, so, yeah, coming back to what was mentioned earlier, sometimes if it's too good to be true, normally it's really not true. Yeah, but then we as human beings, we always have that even a small amount of greed. Yeah.
Yeah, very true. Doctor, any input?
I think maybe most people that got scammed is that when they don't want to share their problems. Okay, when they receive something from a scammer, even though it's too good to be true for us, but for this guy, hey, this is something, new opportunities for me. But when they don't share it with others, people cannot advise you. This is a scam, you know. I think it's very good. It's very important for you, for anybody. That's why we need to give awareness to them. If you receive this one, please share. Please share with someone that can give you advice. Or else you get scammed. That's why we need to do very aggressive awareness to everyone that there's a lot of adversaries out there. There's a lot of scammers out there trying to scam you every time, every minute, through all the channels, through Telegram, through WhatsApp, through Facebook, everything channels that you can reach you, people try to scam you. So it's got to be very, very aware about that. I think awareness is very important to put people on the ground, yeah?
Yeah, but there's some people, even after you advise them there is a scam, they don't believe you. No, this is legit. I already checked. My friend made money already. Confirm. He showed me his bank statement. The money arrived.
Okay, out of
Then
curiosity.
your friends scam you. No, I mean, this a few words from us. I mean, this is a technology thing, but to be honest, all these scams are really a people thing. If you ask me, it's really exploiting the human, right? It's nothing to do with tech. To be honest, it's just tech is just another channel for them to do it easier. I just came back from Cambodia 2 weeks ago, and the latest scam there is, you know, every time you scan QR to pay, they replace it with somebody else's account. Right? So it was as simple as, well, you send money, okay, you know, my restaurant is this, and then I give you something else. So again, it's a lot of this, the technology is making it to the scam to be more crafty, right? How are the ways to take? But at the end of the day, I think it's a true human problem. business email compromise. So we actually have seen companies, big corporations, sending the money to the wrong account. We call that business email compromise, right? Basically, they pretend to be somebody like, your CFO sent you, hey, I need to wire this over there, and then, okay, CFO sent, he impersonated him. So these are the things that we come across, even at the corporate level.
The BAC, yeah?
Yes,
Business
BAC.
compromise happen at the corporate level, not just normal people, right?
Yes.
When you are not aware about that, you can get scammed, easily get scammed. Yeah.
Okay, out of curiosity, in the cyber world, how young is the youngest cyber attacker that has been prosecuted or found guilty? Not alleged. How young?
You mean in terms of the perpetrator?
Correct, yes.
Well, I think there are definitely some hackers who are even underage that have been prosecuted before, but obviously they were, because they're juvenile, they were not punished in the normal way. Yeah, I think, definitely. I remember watching one documentary, one Australian hacker. He was 12 years old, I think, when he was first found guilty. Yeah. I'm not sure the exact youngest on the record.
In our experience, we track a lot of all this, and we even help provide investigations for all this, the prosecution. I don't think we see many of them that young. The thing is, we have to segregate into the attackers as well, right? A lot of the young ones, they are good in writing the code and malware, but the really monetizing it one are the syndicate above, right? So the younger guys, they are very good in writing code, they're very good in understanding, but they may not be as entrepreneurial as, the syndicate that's behind it. So it all depends on, if I write a malware in some country, it's not illegal, right? Writing malware in some country is not illegal, right? Like for example, in Finland, it is illegal. Right? So this kind of thing. So it all depends on where the line you're drawing. But you're right, juveniles, they don't go to jail. They probably will work for the feds.
Yeah, if they're young, they'll probably get recruited. By CrowdStrike or Mandiant, given scholarship. No comment, huh?
Grooming.
Yeah.
Recruited and then groomed.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so next question. Okay, biasanya when we think of cybersecurity attacks, we immediately imagine a person in a hoodie behind a laptop. Stereotypically, not to be racist, we would think of an orang putih male or maybe a Chinese guy. Paling jarang we think of orang kita sendiri. When have you ever thought of a person, probably your neighbor, who to be a cyber terrorist, a cyber attacker, right? The fact is, it is happening in our own backyard. And let me share a little bit. I recently attended a workshop with Wildlife Crime Justice on illegal wildlife trading on the dark web. And to my surprise, there were many wildlife trades from Sabah itself in the dark web. Okay, so, and the species are identifiable from Sabah species, such as the Borneo pygmy elephant tusk, pangolins, and so forth. Investigation showed that some cases, even years back, involved Sabahans and Indonesians. So my point is, even before AI and ChatGPT, it was already easy to learn and to enter the dark web. I learned it, I forgot it, because it's so hard to do it. Okay, it's so easy to learn and to enter the world of dark cyber for illegal activities such as buying codes or purchasing personal data of the dark web itself. But now with AI and more advanced ways of illegal activities making its way innocently online, as per what Elias demonstrated before lunch, we can ask ChatGPT, who is the CFO, with criminal intent, but you type it innocently and the answers would come out as per how you want it. That being said, how safe are we and our younger generation in the online world and in the cyber world in 3, 5, or 10 years to come?
So I think when it comes to the dark web, if you have not experienced the dark web before, it's absolutely filthy. You can literally buy anything on the dark web. And it's actually very easy, relatively very easy to access the deep and dark web. Obviously, we won't go into details now. But yes, going back to your earlier point, right? So we have many, many talented people from our country of all races which are involved in this kind of activities, right? In fact, Malaysia is one of the top in terms of skill level. Whether they put it for good use or whether they put it for nefarious means, that's a different question altogether. But I think like in terms of how safe is the web for our kids or the next generation and so on. So obviously, more controls needs to be introduced. And even going back to the awareness question earlier, right? It takes a village to address the issue. Maybe not to solve, but to address the issue, right? When you talk about awareness, it's about who takes responsibility, right? Obviously, for the cybersecurity vendors like Mandiant and CrowdStrike and so on, we have the responsibility of providing that awareness and so on. From a service provider point of view, if the scams are coming via phones and WhatsApp and so on, they have their own responsibilities of having guardrails in there and so on. Similarly to teachers, primary school and so on, there has to be some sort of a cybersecurity element to what they teach, just to keep up with the times, right? Like, red flags you should avoid and things like that, right? So I think it really takes a village to address the issue, right? But when it comes to kids, obviously it's about, I guess, more parental or guardian controls as well, right? Like ensuring, where your kids can and cannot browse to, how long they're using their devices, so on and so forth, right? So these are different things that I believe have to be implemented, right? So obviously we cannot block the negative stuff forever or 100%, but at least there is some sort of a control to help hopefully minimize the exposure to the innocent kids and the next generation as well.
I have to agree with Ru. When it comes to accessing that web, it's easy, but I wouldn't recommend it to those who are inexperienced. Right? You think that going that web, like going to Facebook, they monitor you. The minute you go into that web, the hacker already knows who you are, actually. So you don't have that defense mechanism for yourself when you go into and dabble with that web. You are selling yourself to the hackers already, actually, all right? Now, pertaining to the kids, right, the exposure towards cybersecurity threats and, the incidents and all that. For me, it's because of this generation, our younger generation, it's more towards the social media generation. I stopped sharing my information or any updates year 2012. You can look at my Facebook, the last updated 2012. That's the picture. Young, handsome, right? But not this look. Yes, 30 kilos lighter than today. Now, as a parent, I agree with you, parents need to play the role. Where if the parent itself does not have a control in terms of information shared in the social media, then you are looking for trouble. Right? You can see generative AI can do deep fake. An example has been given where you can deepfake child, right? And basically ball will start snowballing and problem will come. So from my perspective, I'm fortunate because I'm a bit technical savvy, so I put some internet control at my home, block certain websites. Even I blocked Discord from being accessed by my children. And my children are quite, IT savvy. At
10 years old, they know how to work around now, and my son knows how to leverage proxy to bypass my firewall. Right? So, so yeah, as best as you can, try not to share too much information in social media, because this is where profiling can happen. They gain your information and use that to their advantage to scam you. Secondly, if you have a bit of knowledge when it comes to the basic IT at home, as Ru mentioned, you can implement a bit of control when it comes to certain sites and certain places that they can access when it comes to information. So that's from my perspective. Thank you.
Can that level of restriction be implied on the national level, though? Or, of course, if your 10-year-old can bypass your firewall, I'm pretty sure a lot of people can do that. But then in terms of setting that restriction at an earlier stage, would that help?
From telco perspective, we try not to, because it will hamper certain economy impact, right? So if we become like China, it's very difficult to do business. Very difficult for you to communicate with outside. But of course, the policy is set by our MCMC and of course on the preview of CSM as well. So for us, it's based on the government policy and we'll block it. But we will not block it at national level.
Because in Malaysia, we have maybe you still remember, bill of guarantee that the government will not block any contents from outside. But it must happen at the corporate level. Corporate level and your house. You can do that. This is not under the bill of guarantee. The bill of guarantee, if there's a policy from the government to block certain sites, that will be under bill of guarantee. But you, as yourself, to safeguard your family, you can do that. You can do some filtering, content filtering at your side, or at the corporate level, you can do that at the end. Okay.
At national level, I know one link URL that been blocked, RedTube. That is at national level. Yes. We blocked it.
Certain things, yeah.
All right. Okay. As a result of rapid developments in AI, what we see now, we couldn't have imagined that it would be developed, in the past 3 years, or even last year. I wouldn't think that what we have today would have been created 3 years back or 5 years back, right? So as a result of rapid developments in AI, what do you think the world will be like in 10 years?
In IT, 10 years is a very long time. So I think it will be very difficult to predict how things will be like. 3 years, okay. I think 3 years I'll try to make some guess. Yeah. We can see that there are some low-hanging fruits that AI is able to take advantage of, which I think for sure will be taken advantage of. Firstly, in the area of education, I truly believe that the idea of a personalized tutor using AI will happen within the next 3 to 5 years. So those of you who are not familiar, you can try to research on Khan's Academy partnership with ChatGPT, where they come up with a personal tutor which can help students to learn by having someone to consult directly one-to-one. The main problem with education worldwide is the ratio of students to teachers. So the more developed countries, that ratio is very low. And the poorer countries, the ratio is very, very high. And this has always been a problem that's very difficult to solve because to develop teachers is very, very costly. Furthermore, most of the talented people nowadays do not want to be teachers. I remember my father was telling me during his days, teaching was a very noble profession. Nowadays, you ask the kids who wants to be a teacher, all of them want to be a YouTuber, TikToker, Instagrammer. Nobody wants to be a teacher. So we have the problem of the ratio of teacher to students and the quality of teachers. But the technology that Khan Academy has developed together with ChatGPT is truly amazing, especially for secondary education. So maybe for the primary level, you still need to have a human teacher to help you because the kids are not so good at using the technology. But for secondary school, the tutor is able to answer questions sometimes way better than a human teacher. So for example, if you want to study English literature, you have some questions regarding about one of the character in Shakespeare play, so you want to ask some questions. It's able to answer very, very accurately. So imagine in the past, you would have to go to an expensive private school, maybe to get a teacher, or maybe one of the top sekolah, what they call it, SPP. SPP is what? Well, the boarding school, sekolah asrama penuh, right? In order for you to get that quality of a teacher. Now you don't, you can use Khan Academy with ChatGPT to have somebody to explain things to you, to teach you many different things. So for me, I think in education, we're definitely going to see a lot of changes moving forward in the next few years.
Yeah, I think that's very true. The ChatGPT can give you, can assist you, especially in the education sectors. But I think we also need to have human to validate what ChatGPT teach your children. Because sometimes can do something like hallucination. They give you answers that's beyond exaggerating and beyond the normal sense that we usually human do, right? Because they're just artificial intelligence. Sometimes they don't know the limit to what extent they can give you the answers. But I think that's our role as human to validate that, to ensure that what they teach our kid is up to our standards, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that AI will never replace human totally, right? In fact, to your point, right? Humans are a very important element in training AI or ensuring the accuracy of the data, right, that you get from AI. But like what I predict would happen in the short or midterm, I think AI will open up a lot of new economies, things that we haven't thought of before. So I know there's a lot of complaints about AI taking over human jobs and so on. That could be true in certain cases, but I think it also opens up massive opportunities. You will see new companies, you will see new economies being formed because of AI, things that perhaps you and we may not have even thought of before, right? At the same time, when you have new horizons, it broadens the attack surface as well, right? So again, going back to the theme of, yes, we can use AI for good, but AI can also be used for, bad, right? So it increases that, and cybersecurity will become even more important moving forward. And now we have a challenge of understanding what threats could happen and getting ahead of them, right? So that's always the mission of cybersecurity. We have to try to stay one step ahead of the adversary, and that's going to be even more difficult once AI is fully utilized by the adversaries, right? So that's what I see moving forward.
All right, so from my side, AI is actually a big word. Until last year when we were acquired by Google. So Google is the master of AI, by the way. It's too bad ChatGPT came and talked about it first to the public, right? So of course, I think everybody know about ChatGPT because they were out here and it was exposed to the public. everybody can use the API. So just to share a little bit about what Google does is just within ourselves. Actually, AI has been used for many years. And of course, you guys have Charlotte, nice name. We have Bart. Go to bart.google.com and you guys can try it out. So I think for the next couple of years, they're not going to replace and tell me what to do. But what it will help is like, I think I agree with what Ru say, right? Basically, they're there to help us in our jobs. Like you see, right? Like, in fact, while I was doing the presentation, you know, we have something called Do It AI that powers on the side and tells me and suggests what picture I can put for my presentation. So this is something that is going to be upcoming. It's going to help us a lot in what we do, mundane stuff, repetition stuff, things that you may have to learn. So for example, in our Google Chronicle, right, now, who have written rules set for your SIM before your SIEM? You know how painful that is, right? So what AI are able to do today is, especially Gen AI, is all about, actually the keyword about Gen AI is about natural language. And once you get past that, things are a lot easier. Like today, I don't have to go to write a rule and, you know, with all the funny syntax. I can just say, pull up all the logs from this firewall in the past 1 month, and it will write the whole syntax for us. So that's what AI is going to do, you know, in this short-term period. Of course, you know, you have the Skynet and that in like 20 years now. But in the short term, AI will help us in all this, you know, summarizing in natural format, right? Like next time I do my speech, I don't even have to come out in my head. I just, you know, okay, today I'm going to talk about APT-43, Lazarus Group, North Korea, or whatever, right? And then it will start giving me all the information, which is exactly what we're doing in threat intelligence as well. Because like most of you, a lot of the threat intel, they have to write report for the big boss, you know, this is what happened. So in future, it will be like, okay, let's look at what APT-43 did in Malaysia in the last 6 months. And it will spit out everything that is available, yeah. So I think that's where we're heading in the next couple of years.
But it worries me as well, you know, because of most of the things are being assisted by AI, then the skills of the engineers and analysts become diminished and backwards. They don't understand the fundamentals, the underlying why, as such context. Like, for example, you mentioned about writing rules for use cases in SIM. Yes, I've gone through it. It's very painful, but I understand the parameter when doing the configuration. But with AI, that is not being done by a human. Then my analyst and engineer wouldn't understand why as such rule is there, all right? If I say, please troubleshoot, when straight away to AI and ask, please give me the solution, the engineers needs to go back to the coding and sift through, see where is the code that needs to be fine-tuned, isn't it? So that is my perspective 3 years from now. It diminishes, it degenerates the human mind, the underlying of fundamentals of technical and, you know, if, for example, like as simple as writing reports. I came from old school. So writing your own, giving a context is very important, right? Now using AI, then I don't think that a lot of people are going to appreciate the art of writing reports. Then they just use AI, as simple as that. So when I ask the underlying problem behind, okay, why you say like that? I mean, I'm challenge back the report. I'm pretty sure the analyst and engineers couldn't answer. Again, go back to AI, so it's going to be like that. So that's my worries when it comes to heavily too much relying on AI.
I think the education system will also face challenges because it's so easy to write a thesis now with ChatGPT with references. So project papers, thesis, I'm pretty sure students now can relate to that. And it's not, it can go through plagiarism checker. Like plagiarism checker cannot detect ChatGPT just yet. So probably in 3 years' time, there will be a plagiarism checker for ChatGPT itself.
Actually, today there is an anti-ChatGPT tool already available. Yes. Like professors have been using it. check back and to check back if you actually that result came from ChatGPT or any of the AI engine. So I mean, if you go this way, you can always do it reverse.
You think it's round, like I mentioned it, means the professor needs to use AI again to check? So it's like round and round and round and round.
It's a cycle.
Yes.
Okay. Are we currently heading towards a situation that was shown in the movie Terminator, The Matrix, where AI has become the enemy? Okay. What do we have to do to prevent such a situation from ever taking place?
Terminator, come on. Q switch.
Well, in my personal opinion, no, we are not heading towards that. Firstly, even if we do reach to a stage where it is a possibility, I think it's still very, very far from today. The kind of technology that we have today, although seems fantastic, but it's still very far from what's needed to reach to that level. We're talking about things like robotics. The robotic technology that we have today is still very far from that. The processing power that's needed to do that also is not quite here. Maybe if one day quantum computing become a reality, that will bring us closer to that. But more importantly, I think the government all around the world, they are already starting to realize the potential risks of AI and have started to take actions to come up with legal frameworks, to come up with testing frameworks to make sure that the data is safe. Sorry, not the data, the technology is safe, the AI technology is safe. I think all of us here know about the event that happened in the UK last week at Benchley Park, where the UK actually organized the first global AI safety risk summit. And it was attended by the US, the European Union, as well as China, right? The biggest powers in AI. And all of them agreed to sign a declaration that they will work together to look into managing the safety aspect of AI. So I think we're on the right track to prevent that from ever happening. Yeah.
So I think AI on its own, it's not inherently good or evil, right? It's a set of logic, right? Rules that are being designed and so on. So it's really up to the owner of the application, the one that are writing the rules. It's up to them to understand what designs should be in place. There should also be a control against what kinds of information you're allowed to collect. And that is something that's actively being discussed right now, right? Like, for example, if somebody accidentally posts like a confidential piece of data and so on, the system should be smart enough to reject that query or reject that upload and say, no, this is not something that we want to collect and so on. So this is something that's actively being discussed on as well, right? So regulations and so on. But so like Ilya said, right? So we are really far away. And there's a lot of variables that need to fall in place for even something minute relating to Skynet to happen in the future, right? But of course, we need to start thinking about the risks and the controls that we should have in place to ensure that it's not even a conversation to have, right? So I think there are active discussions in place to make sure that there are the right controls to be had whenever we provide AI services. Yeah.
Okay, for those who are using AI for good, AI can detect and respond to security threats in real life, but it also requires large amounts of data to operate effectively. How do we balance the need for data with concerns about privacy and data protection?
Well, that is pertaining to depends on how large or how basically your risk appetite, right? Now, when using AI, there's a boundary that you need to have. Like, for instance, when we propose to the customers leveraging AI technology, or in this case would be XDR. So I said, which asset that you want to monitor? And this asset, we need to know whether it contains personal information or sensitive data. So it's not really about the technology, it's really about the framework and practice, right? So when we determine we want to put the security measures on the asset, we need to understand, okay, is this asset contains sensitive data? If yes, how high do you want to protect this data? And what is kind of controls that you want to put? And where we can share this data. These are been in place actually. So we're not simply saying that, oh, there is no control. There is control because even in ISOs, even in NIST 800 series, there is a specific clause saying that data control. So who you share the data with, who going to process your data. In GDPR, did mention who operates the data, who owns the data, who processes the data, and the data in transit, how it been communicated. So those control is there. It's just a matter of enforcing it and leveraging certain technology to basically, like if let's say data in motion, you need to encrypt it. So there's a combination of technology required, not solely on AI, basically, yep.
Yeah, so when we talk about data privacy with regards to AI, specifically to AI, obviously we are talking about really big data here, right? In order for us to train the models. And there are only a set of companies that are dealing with data of this magnitude. One, of course, is Google, right? So laws and regulations needs to be kept up to date to make sure that these organizations that have access to huge data like this are conforming to various data privacy concepts, which are not new. As Dr. Said mentioned just now, there already exist concepts like anonymization of data, right? You can collect, but you minimize, well, one is data minimization, you collect just what you need, and the second is you need to anonymize the data. You don't need to know the name of the person, for example, in order for you to use that data to train your model. So we need to make sure that rules are, laws are up to date. I think in Malaysia, definitely we are lagging very far behind because even our data privacy laws are still very behind. You know, we only have PDPA, which is what, 13 years old? I think it was, it came into regulation 2010, right? So I think the minister has recently talked even about getting updates, revision to the act. So we need to have very strong laws, and then of course, as Dr. said just now, enforcement. So how do we enforce, make sure that companies like Google and all this are using the data correctly, you know, so that our privacy are protected.
Since the Google name came out a couple of times, the moment you use any of the Google apps, you have really read the EULA, right? No, but having said that, I mean, Google, we really value privacy of data very, very heavily, especially, you know, delimiting them. And then, like you say, you know, AI is only as good as what you feed it, right? By having limits on where it can touch, it has the pros and cons, right? One is the limit will block you from what you know from the other side, for sure. I think you were mentioning about how China have their own AI, right? Like the equivalent of ChatGPT. That's because, so if you think about it, like our bot, the ChatGPT, we will never have the perception from the Chinese people because they will never submit to our AI chat engine, right, or our Bard, right? For example, every time you use Bard, you ask him to do something, then it learns more and more. Like today, I want to find out more about APT43. And what it means is, in future, we will know a lot about APT43 as we scour more things. So again, it's the same thing as where you set the limits, it's a boundary. It's basically protecting your AI coverage. But again, you're also limiting these capabilities because they're not learning what they see on the other side. But having said that, in how we do Bard, I can't speak for everybody in Google as they're in the parent Google company. But of course, like all this that is like whatever you search for and things like that are all fed into where we learn to find things faster. So
at the end of the day, it goes back to the human touch of what you feed AI. Is that what you're...
basically the data sets, right? Like how far can they reach? Like you say, it is true. The big companies with all the data will be having a lot more coverage. Like, like for example, if you're using a map, right? Everybody uses a map. Whether it's open source. It's open source, that's where it's learning from as well, right? Every time you use Waze or you go somewhere, you put, you mark, here got police block. AI will learn, that jalan outside there always got police block at 10 o'clock for people drinking. So this kind of thing. So again, it's what you fed inside. Yeah.
Okay, when we talk about privacy, I think from governance point of view, jadi as for best practices, we need to adhere to international standards, right? Privacy Information Management System, PIMS, Privacy Information Management System is an extension of ISMS, okay, 2701, PIMS is 27701. So we need to have a proper governance structure in the sense that for those who develop AI that requires training data, a huge amount of training data which may include PIIs, okay? They need to go to this certification, ISMS and PIMS. At least we have some assurance that they follow best practices, that they will not include PIIs in the online, They will not breach the Data Protection Act, Personal Data Protection Act, okay? But currently in Malaysia, we are in the process of establishing Cybersecurity Commission, which will be led by NACSA. Currently, we don't have that. I think it's a good move by the government to ensure that once we have this act, Cybersecurity Act, then we can only enforce these best practices that companies have to adhere to in order for you to develop generative AI applications that make use of PIIs. I think that's how we can control, put in place on how to govern these issues from government perspective.
When will we see the Cybersecurity Act take place?
I think maybe next year they will table to the parliament next year.
All right. Last question before we open to the floor. So for those of you yang ada soalan, kamu kasih ready of punya soalan. Last question from me. What are some of the common misconceptions about cybersecurity that you would like to debunk? Which one?
Okay, I'll start first. From the technical perspective, we do not operate the same like connectivity. So, misconception I usually received in telco is security is the same like, running in a network. So, it's not actually. It's, if you look at cybersecurity, there's a lot of domains that you look at. Firstly, from the technical perspective, the technology. Right, so as I mentioned, there's 8 areas of technologies when it comes to cybersecurity. Then there's another area of cybersecurity, which is the governance, risk, and compliance. So imagine these both, it's already huge domain to be covered. So compared to the other side of IT, which is connectivity, so it's totally different. So you can't expect that we operate similarly like NOC. SOC operates differently like from NOC. So that is the first thing I want to highlight it and make clear to the audience that NOC, SOC, totally different processes, totally different way of doing things. So that's from my perspective.
I got a very good one that I want to debunk this, right? So throughout my career, before I used to work for malware, I run a malware lab, right, for antivirus company. So even today, every time I go out and talk and speak, then there's always they have a question. They always think cybersecurity companies write the malware. All right, you say it was, hey, Mr. Go, you guys write you guys write the malware so you can detect it, right? So the truth is,
but in the case of WannaCry, it's true.
the truth is, cybersecurity companies have no time to do all that kind of stuff. There's enough of bad guys and people writing malware that so cybersecurity companies don't write malware.
So I think this one is more for the, I guess, the students or those who are looking to venture into cybersecurity. There's a misconception about cybersecurity and how it might be difficult to break into or to get into the industry. So I think the fact of the matter is, I think recently there was an article about how Malaysia, we are lacking about 30 to 40,000.
12,000 as Fahmi Fazri mentioned.
Yeah, so 5 digits, right, in terms of cybersecurity positions. So the positions are clearly there. As a country, we are clearly understaffed when it comes to cybersecurity. And as mentioned, right, cybersecurity covers a wide range of different categories, right? It could be compliance, it could be on the vendor side, or you could be doing malware research, so on and so forth, right? So the opportunities are there, especially in Malaysia, right? And if we have more people joining the security force, getting into cybersecurity, that's where we can also upskill our nation's efficiency or proficiency in cybersecurity, right? So it's not difficult. Internship can be sourced for in a lot of different places. If you're starting out, don't be too picky. Don't always go for like the top names and all. What I would say is, for the first maybe couple of years, 2-3 years, get the basics right? And get yourself exposed to many different facets of cybersecurity, and then everything will happen naturally, right? You will gravitate to the kind of security category that you prefer and so on, right? So I think, again, this is more for like the students and so on. There are plenty of opportunities in cybersecurity, and I think I can speak for everybody here on the stage. We would love it, right, if there are more people joining the cybersecurity industry.
Yeah, there are a lot of jobs until AI go and take away all those jobs. Now you have Charlotte and everything. Soon Charlotte will be doing our job. Well, the most common misconception that I get from my non-IT friends is that the hackers hack into your company just like what they see on the TV. So you have one guy on a computer, do some scanning, and then after that, remotely inject something into their firewall, and then they can break through their defense and get into the organization. So a lot of people have this misconception, whereas studies have shown that infiltration through vulnerabilities only attribute or only constitute less than 10% of breaches. So I think this is a study that was done by Verizon as recent as last year. So they found that less than 10% of the incidents that were reported to them, Verizon customers in the US, less than 10% were attributed to some vulnerability that exists within their public-facing infrastructure. The rest of the incidents actually were attributed to users. So again, coming back to scam, social engineering, that is a much easier method that is used by the cyber criminals to breach into network. Unfortunately, it doesn't make good movies, right? sending an email, somebody opening an email is not dramatic. So therefore, in addition to looking at protecting your infrastructure, your network, your endpoint, it's still very important that you have good awareness program that is measurable for the employees of the organization. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, guys. Questions from the floor? Any questions?
Maybe we need AI to generate some questions for us.
Question from Ben.
This is not AI-generated question. In Sabah, unfortunately, some of the statistics, we are the most backward, the most poorest, all the really unwanted statistics. However, the world is moving on again. Cybersecurity risks are going up. The graph is crazy. The angle is very sharp. Plus AI, it makes it even worse. And these things are moving forward. Whether you're ready or not, it's happening. So what is your view or what is your advice? How to explain in simple terms artificial intelligence and the risks to cybersecurity to people who have never even used a computer, perhaps in the very remote areas, in the rural areas? How do we even start to explain this concept of artificial intelligence and how it makes cybersecurity risks even worse than before? Thank you.
Tough question, dorang bilang. We save the best for last.
I think the best way to explain is by showing them a movie of Terminator 2. Yeah. Most people, they have seen that movie before, so they can understand what it's all about. But we always think that all communities function in the same way as how we maybe in the urban do, right? So maybe it's not necessary. It's not necessarily true, right, for them to be concerned about the internet, about AI, because their life revolves around other things as well. So we cannot assume that what is important to us, what's affecting our life, is important to them as well. So, I mean, if we talking about somebody in the rural who don't even use a computer, maybe they don't need to know about AI. And we, as the urban people, need to learn about other things from them, like basic things which we are not good at. And maybe we need to learn to be better at, like growing our own food, you know. We have problems with food shortage, you know, in our country. So, yeah, maybe we need to learn from them instead.
Well, I agree with Elias, right? So, Ben, your question is like valid, but at the same time, it's almost like impossible to do in terms of you want to let the rural area people know about AI, but there is a journey, right? So first, what is your objective going to rural and talk about AI, right? So if let's say your objective is digitalization, right? So the rural people needs to access to government services, then you need to start with phases, right? To make them know how to use a simple, application like accessing the internet. So that phases, then you can talk about cybersecurity awareness. But for rural area, I don't see the use of explaining to them AI. But I would rather focus on IoT, Internet of Everything, right? Like smart agriculture, that kind of stuff. that is much more meaningful to them in helping them be more productive. But it has interrelation between IT and IoT. So it takes a journey. I don't see it going to happen like you talk about AI for the next 10 years to the rural area. But for the next 5 years, the IT introductory and towards to the much more advanced conversation may happen through the awareness when it comes to a state-driven digitalization initiative.
Yeah, so just piggybacking on what Dr. just mentioned here is AI as a concept itself to explain is pretty hard. But I think having use cases that will be very useful, like how you say start with IoT, right? Like understanding the rainfall, collecting agricultural information. Because without data, the AI is actually no use, right? The AI has to have something like, okay, for example, like let's say, it rains every 2 months or every 3 months. So this is where's the best time to plant the crops. That's actually where AI will help them. I don't think they necessarily, like you say, have to understand what AI is. Right? It's more the application and applied part, that will help to change life, right? It's all about, actually, again, AI is about life changing, right? Like what I say, like understanding traffic flow. In fact, especially Sabah, I don't know, what you guys get a lot of floods, right? Understanding river flows, like having sensors and IoT to detect that, when is a part of the year that is most rainfall, that kind of thing, and I think that's where AI will be more useful in applicable ways in that context.
Yeah, I mean, just to elaborate a bit more, I think AI deals with information. And we in the urban area, we deal with information a lot. So if you want to try to explain AI to the rural area, we have to first understand what information is important to them. Unfortunately, I cannot claim to know enough about their way of life, right? To understand what information is critical for them. But yeah, we have to tie it to some information that is important for them. So just now Gokim mentioned about farming, maybe, yeah, that is one area where the use of information is relevant to their life.
Okay. Ben thumbs up, so I think he's okay. He accepts the answers that were and your feedback from your points of views. Any more questions from the floor? We have 5 experts here. This is your chance to ask them tough questions. There. One more question, okay?
My name is Darwin. We are talking about AI and cybersecurity. Just want to ask, Sabah is listed on the development side. What can AI, the technology, can contribute for Sabah for moving forwards? So we get a next idea what gonna be for Sabah.
Can you give, wait, Mr. Darwin, can you give a bit more context in terms of AI utilization in what area? Because you are asking to generate our question.
Yeah. So because in Sabah we have lack of connectivity, internet, like the question just now, we are lack of access. Even last 4 years, I'm talking about IR 4.0 in my training. People in Kiningau never heard about IR 4.0. So chicken and egg first, the awareness is not there. And most of us in Sabah, right, in the interior side, right, even doesn't have access connection towards bank's account. So in the aspect of development for the whole Malaysia, Sabah is lagging behind because of the basic infrastructures.
Okay, I understand your question. Now, Sabah is not the only state that have the same question. So I went to different states as well, all right? For example, Negeri Sembilan, Melaka, Terengganu, Pulau Pinang slightly advanced, Selangor slightly advanced. So they have the same question, right? In terms of how do we adopt technology and such. We always go back to the same conclusion or same advice. If you have an initiative, right? For example, it is, I think most of all the states in Malaysia have the same initiative, which is digitalization of government services. You start with that first. And to what extent that you want to digitalize your services, portion by portion, right? So for federal, they may move forward quite fast. For example, the digital ID, for the nation, right? Now, Selangor have the same idea. Sabah may want to consider that as well as part of your digitalization journey, where you want to publish certain services online. So you may adopt the same concept like Selangor, that we're going to develop our own digital ID basing on the experience of federal and the other states. Then it's actually you are journeying into cybersecurity already, which is digital ID leverage on public key infrastructure. And this is also will tie to other opportunity for you to venture into, which is digital signing solution, where you do not need anymore a physical record for you to sign. So for example, I'm pretty sure all of you have used LHDN e-filing. So you know for a fact that they already implemented digital signature. It's just you don't realize it. All you need to do is key in your IC and key in your password. Actually, it ties your digital signature, which is protected by public key infrastructure behind it. All right? So, to answer Encik Darwin's punya question, slowly. First, know your objective when it comes to digitalization for the state. If services towards to, like, accessing to water or accessing to utilities, is that part of the journey? Focus on that first, and we move on piece by piece. So that is my feedback towards to Encik Darwin's punya question.
Well, I think Dr. Said has given a very good answer just now. I'm not trying to give an answer, but I'm just sharing a thought of just now Encik Darwin mentioned how, Sabah, how can Sabah basically catch up, right, with the rest of the more developed state. Unfortunately, one of the risks of AI is that it will make this gap bigger. Yeah. So those communities where they have access to AI, potentially they can become more developed much faster. Earlier I talked about education, so how they can make the education better. So if those areas, those states that do not have they're not ready to utilize AI, there's that risk that they will be left further and further behind. Yeah. So we can think of this in terms of communities, state, or even country. So many countries are already thinking about this. Many of the leadership of countries are thinking about this. If we're not careful, another country that that actually invest a lot on AI, they'll be able to develop their economy much faster. For example, they'll be able to develop their education much faster, and then the gap between the have and the have-nots will be even greater. Yeah, so that is, I don't have the answer to the question, but that's one of the worries that we have when it comes to AI.
Yeah, I understand that because back to the core of digitalization objective, actually cybersecurity will come with it, right? The state does not really need to work alone. There's always partners like TM. So don't do it alone. If you don't have the expertise, reach out to the industry, right? So we have a lot of industry experts that can help you out. When it comes to, if let's say you journey into application development, of course, there's a cybersecurity behind it. So there is an expert in application security that can you seek out in the industry and help you out. So it is what I say, it's interrelated and there's a ripple effect. As simple as I want to do digitalization for the state, right? Ru.
Yeah, so I think I'll address a portion of the question earlier, right? I think you mentioned, Darwin, you mentioned, what about the communities without internet, right? So obviously without internet would mean you wouldn't even have access to AI. We shouldn't really even be talking about that, right? So I think to help address these pockets of communities, right, to help get them to an acceptable civilization state, right, access to internet and so on, perhaps it is now down to communities like us who have internet connectivity, who you know, where we are able to access AI. Perhaps it is down to people like us to use AI and think of how can we help develop these communities, right? You know, perhaps it's from data gathering. What are the challenges that they are facing? If it's an infrastructure challenge, we can use AI to help us solve that issue. Come up with recommendations of how can we help, you know, build communication towers and so on for them and things like that, right? So this whole thing is specifically for communities where they do not have access to AI. Perhaps it's down to us to help them get to that level, right? So again, you know, without internet, we shouldn't really even start talking about AI, right? We need to help them get access to it before we can start spreading that awareness to the community, right?
Right, I'll maybe wrap this up, right? So I'm a cybersecurity guy, but for what your question is, like you say, it all boils down to infrastructure. Probably look at Starlink. You know, like there are faster way. I've been around in many islands in the Philippines, Indonesia, where they have 2,000 islands, or 1,000. You know, it's even more remote. Satellite has changed the world. You know, Starlink is coming, so all you need is just that access and a very good cloud platform, like Google Cloud. So again, because it's all about, you know, where you put it and the easiest to get online, right? You know, like Google Classroom have changed how we learn as well, right? So these are all making it accessible. Like you mentioned, there are like cheaper hardware, Chromebooks. So there are always, I mean, definitely, you know, there's a lot of discussion that, you know, even like for Google, I'm not part of the digital transformation team, but I know they have so many big ideas. It's all about organizing data and changing how we live. So let me know and we can pass it over to some of my colleagues in Google to help you. Right.
Okay, I think that wraps up our fireside chat session with our speaker/panelists for today. Thank you so much for your insight, your input, and sharing your knowledge and experience with all of us here today. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Dr. Salahuddin, Dr. Said, Sujim, Ru, and Ilyas. What lagi? Right, thank you, gentlemen. I think we will proceed for our next agenda. You may now return to your seats. Okay, moving on. Before we end the day, we have the lucky draw session. And the lucky draw entries will be based on your registration and your attendance today. We will now show a wheel of fortune up on screen with all your names on it. We have 18 winners today. Punya banyak. Okay. All right, are we ready to spin? Let's spin the first round. Ready, go. Congratulations, Karen Kennedy. Okay, para pemenang, if your name appears on the screen, you can collect your prize at this prize table on my right-hand side after this event. All right, that's winner number 1. Let's go for number 2 and go. Congratulations, Haras bin Muhammad Aris. Semua UMS kan ni? Oh, boleh tahan. Alright, next up. Muhammad Halfian at Gmail. Oh, Muhammad Halfian. Ada Muhammad Halfian. Question to organizer. Ada bugi? Tiada bugi. Tiada bugi. Okay. So we have 3 winners already. Next, number 4. John Akad. Winner number 4. Let's move on to winner number 5. Razali bin Yusuf. Congratulations. Next up, number 6. Maishatul Nur Hashikin binti Abdullah alias Jennifer Mosia. Congratulations. Lucky number 7 now. Sharon Kwan. All right, next up, number 8. Muhammad Kuzairi, Ekmal bin Samsudin. Number 8, again, ladies and gentlemen, please collect your prizes at the prize table on the right-hand side, on my right-hand side after this event. Now we will move on to number 9. Jacinta Jane Peter. Okay, number 10. Khairul Nizam bin Abdul Malik. Next up, number 11. Maya Shireen Johannes Abdullah. Let's move on to winner number 12. Azamuddin bin Ahmadin, number 13. Joya Natasha Jonah Dapanis, winner number 13. Let's move on to 14. Zairif Yusuf, and number 15. Andrew Lau. Andrew Lau, all right, number 16. Lubelter Voy bin Bolodin. 2 more to go, number 17. Nadia Shahira binti Ambad, and last lucky winner for today is Astalinda Talibi. All right, congratulations to all our lucky winners today. As mentioned just now, you may collect your prizes from the prize table on the right-hand side of the stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of day 1 of Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit 2023. We do hope that you manage to take away, learn, and share as much as you can. We have another full day tomorrow, so do rest well, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for registrations that start at 8 a.m. Till we meet again tomorrow, thank you, terima kasih, Kota. Okay, sebelum balik, pergi refreshment dulu, minum-minum dulu. Di sebelah. Refreshments are served at the hall next door, so please go minum-minum dulu sebelum balik ke rumah atau balik ke pejabat masing-masing. Terima kasih.